I will join community chat. First, I will react on super chats, on donations with a commentary through PayPal or Boosty, and then I'll be engaged with the chat also. All is needed, dear friends, if you can't support the project, is to use capital letters at least, or capital Q. That will be enough to make it easier for me to spot the commentary in the chat, and I will react on it. And well, that is it. That is it for now. I'm gonna monitor Rumble. To make sure that I'm not gonna miss super chat, as I did yesterday, by the way. So I have a Rumble on right there on the second notebook, and okay, hopefully we will have no technical issues and we will have a good chat. A lot of news, dear friends, from unfortunate tragic developments that happened yesterday evening in Moscow with the terrorist attack that Kyiv regime orchestrated, to special military operation developments on the line of contact, also exchange of long-range strikes between Western-backed Ukrainian Nazi and terrorist regime and the Russian Federation. Plus, of course, I have update for you about developments in the Middle East and then some other news. So news segment hopefully will be interesting for you, informative, and in that case, please don't forget to click that like button and leave some commentary. And well, without further delay, let's go for a news update itself now. And as I said, I will start with yesterday's event, which is still breaking news for now, because more and more information is becoming available as time goes by. And what happened is that yesterday, in one of the restaurants in central Moscow, explosion occurred. Early, there was some preliminary reports that maybe gas exploded inside the restaurant. But when I saw videos, by the way, when I saw number of emergency services, when I saw number of police, special forces in the area, it has become clear for me personally that this was something else. And later on, we get information, society get information that it was a terrorist attack. Actually, many media outlets, of course, are reporting about it. TASS news agency is being one of them. And some members of our community, friends, are confused when I use these media outlets. Maybe they hear this first time, because I've been asked every now and then to use Russian media outlets, and that's exactly what I'm doing, by the way. I am mostly using Russian media outlets. TASS news agency is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, news agencies that are operating in Russia. So it is a Russian media, and TASS is reporting that improvised explosive device exploded in a restaurant in central Moscow. So improvised explosive device detonated at the restaurant on Kudrinskaya Square in central Moscow. The bomb was allegedly carried by a woman who died in the blast. The National Anti-Terrorism Committee made a statement about it. So we have a quote here. On August 1st, 2026, at 7:55 p.m. Moscow time in the evening, a homemade explosive device detonated in a restaurant on Kudrinskaya Square in Moscow, killing 3 people. Security guard who prevented unknown woman suspected of attempting to smuggle an explosive device from their entering the restaurant. Also, that unknown woman herself died in explosion, and one guest of the event that was happening in the restaurant. According to reports, 21 civilians have been injured, received injuries of varying degrees of severity. And unfortunately, today, number of sources reported that two more people died in a hospital from received injuries as a result of this explosion in central Moscow. Kommersant newspaper is reporting with little more details about it. So Kommersant has learned that there epicenter of the explosion in central Moscow, which killed 3 people and injured around 20 more, was located on the street, not in the kitchen of the Basil Rossi restaurant, as it was earlier reported that there was gas explosion. In reality, not. Commerçant sources reported that the explosion, which occurred shortly after 8 p.m., different data, 7:55, 8, was not related to gas leaker. The main investigative directorate committee of the investigative committee of the Russian Federation is investigating the incident as a terrorist crime. Attack targeted guests at the private event on the veranda of the Italian restaurant Balsi Rossi. The National Anti-Terrorism Committee later confirmed that an improvised explosive device was detonated. According to a Commerçant, criminal case has been opened under the Article 205 of the Russian Criminal Code. Their party was heavily guarded, which likely helped prevent numerous more casualties. According to one theory, security guards stopped a woman delivering the boxer to the guests. As she approached the establishment, she told her guard, I guess, it contained a gift, but the guard became suspicious and decided to inspect it further. That's when the explosion occurred. Apparently, the bomb was detonated remotely. Preliminary reports suggest the courier likely did not know the package's content. The explosion killed the courier, that woman that was carrying this explosive device, security officer who stopped her, and the restaurant patron who was on the veranda. The force of the explosion was equivalent to 1 kilo of TNT, and the device itself was loaded with metal pallets to increase number of casualties. Courier was literally blown to pieces, and parts of that courier was found 10, 15 meters away from the epicenter. And so that's the reports in the Russian media. Of course, speculations have happened, are happening right now on matter of who was the primary target of this terrorist attack. I would not go into those speculations. I think I know who was their targeter. All I will say, it's a high-ranking Russian military officer, very high-ranking Russian military officer. And unfortunately, there are reports that family members of this officer was wounded, and at least one was allegedly killed. But yet again, no names, no nothing. Let's wait until official institutions will know, state institutions will make a statement about it. And because based on what is known in from open sources, primary target of this attack was this high-ranking officer. I personally have no doubts that this is a terrorist attack orchestrated by British Secret Services, American Secret Services, MI6, CIA, and the Ukrainian proxies. 100%. There can be no doubts about it. This is yet another terrorist attack and act of war, by the way, committed by UK and US on Russian soil while killing Russian citizens. That's what this is actually. And it is anybody's guess how long this gonna continue, and when we, Russian Federation, will finally retaliate on these motherfucking animals, man, that Western elites and their secret services and their militaries are. How long this gonna continue? That's the question that I think everybody is asking. Everybody wants answers, and everybody wants actions to take place. Enough of this freaking nonsense and restraint, right? Enough of it. People are dying on daily basis. It's just too freaking much, really. It's just too much, right? So that's what happened yesterday evening, dear friends. I think it is long overdue to designate this Western-backed Nazi and the terrorist regime as it is, a Nazi and a terrorist regime, and let's treat this terrorist regime and everybody that works for it as a terrorists, and let's deal with them as we dealt with the ISIS terrorists, for example, right? No mercy, total elimination. That's the only way forward. That's the only way forward, by the way. There can be no negotiations with the terrorists, only extermination. And that's what has to be done. I don't think there is anybody with a working brain that will say, no, you should not target those terrorists and stuff like that. No, we should eliminate those terrorists, all of them, period, right? As there is no one in a sane mind that will say that ISIS terrorists should not be eliminated. Of course, they should be eliminated for all their heinous crimes that they committed against humanity. Same goes for this Western-backed Nazi and the terrorist regime. I wonder when Moscow finally gonna change the designation of a special military operation to anti-terrorist operation. It's long freaking overdue, man, right? And also, of course, big question is when we will finally retaliate on NATO member states that are not just encouraging but directly participating in terrorist attacks on the Russian people and the Russian Federation. When we're gonna retaliate on them? I don't know. But that's of course breaking news, and there's still, as time goes by, more and more information is becoming available. From reports, you can learn, dear friends, that there was a 1 kilo of explosives with their metal pellets in it. This was designated to kill as many people as possible. In a restaurant at the moment of the explosion, there was around 50 guests, and plus I can imagine that restaurant itself had at least like 15 staff members, 20 staff members, right? So potentially these British terrorists, British MI6, US CIA, and the Ukrainian proxies were intending to kill 70 plus people, right? Civilians, by the way, in order to get to that Russian high-ranking officer, if these speculations in open sources are correct, and that high-ranking officer was their primary target. That's with whom we are dealing, by the way, with the terrorists, mass murderers, and literally insane freaking maniacs. That's what they are, man. Western elites and all their proxies. Let's continue with some other news, and let's continue with some positive news, by the way, because too much negativity is happening, man. Too much negativity is happening in this freaking world. And well, when it comes to positive, I give you this information that Russian armed forces continue eliminating military capabilities of the Kiev regime throughout the night, also throughout the day, by the way. There were more long-range precision strikes on the portal infrastructure of the Kiev regime in Odessa region, in Nikolaev region. Number of vessels were struck again that were attempting to deliver certain goods for Kiev regime, and by doing so to enhance military capabilities of Ukrainian Nazis and terrorists. And we have this report from RIA Novosti exactly about these long-range strikes, at least partially about it. So Russian military forces struck transport infrastructure facilities in Odessa and Nikolaev used by Ukrainian armed forces, Ministry of Defense reported, as a result of strikes by high-precision air launcher weapons and unmanned aerial vehicles. The following were damage in the port of Odessa, tank containing fuel and lubricants intended for supplying Ukrainian armed forces or Kiev regime's armed forces. I refuse to call it Ukrainian armed forces. I'm not recognizing Ukraine as anything, right? It's a Kiev regime, terrorist regime, and it's armed forces. In the port of Nikolaev, that's where it happened. Also, tugboat converted for the use of unmanned boats was destroyed. Last night, Russian troops also take action on the Kiev base Firepoint plant, which produces components and warheads for Flamingo missiles. So when it comes to these long-range attacks, we have more information. Russian armed forces struck a dry cargo ship in a Black Sea carrying certain goods for Kiev regime's armed forces. In the Black Sea, 8 kilometers east of village of Zatoka, a vessel was struck transporting military equipment, Russian Defense Ministry reported. And when it comes to Zatoka, dear friends, Russian forces also took action to eliminate bridge, basically, or to damage the bridge right there in Zatoka. Let me show you on the map what am I talking about. This is Odessa region, of course, and this is the approximately area where vessel was struck, and this is Zatoka settlement, and this is the bridge that was also struck by Russian forces. And this bridge is, of course, has a strategical importance for Kiev regime and its NATO backers, because whatever goods are transferred to Kiev regime through Danube River, those goods are sent through that bridge to reach deep into Kiev control territory. Those goods from Danube River, from, let's say, rainy city, which has a portal infrastructure, from Ismail city, which also has a portal infrastructure on the Danube, and from other areas, right? From here to reach deep into Kiev control territory, they have to cross this bridge. And well, there were numerous attacks on this bridge, but well, this is Soviet era construction, right? And the Soviet engineers knew how to build stuff, man. And this bridge still stands. I guess it's only a matter of time, and if Russian militaries have a task to destroy this freaking bridge, that's exactly what is going to happen, I guess, right? But as of now, I guess due to these latest strikes, movement on this bridge at least have been disrupted, if not completely stopped. Also, we have reports that well, explosions occurred past night and early morning in the Kiev region and in the Kharkov region. Also, alongside Nikolaev and Odessa regions, we have reported that in the Kharkov region, Russian armed forces eliminated yet another logistical center of Nova Pochta. You can see on your screen, your friends, a building which is on fire, and they're basically quite significantly damaged and destroyed. Nova Pochta, of course, is actively used by NATO member states and the Kiev regime to transfer weapons and munition from the West, from NATO countries inside the Kiev control territory, and also throughout the Kiev control territory. So it is absolutely legit target. There are numerous videos. Western propaganda and Kiev regime's propaganda, while justifying attacks on purely civilian Russian entities like Ozon or Wildberries, they are saying that, well, Ozon and Wildberries are used to deliver military goods. This is a very low-level attempt to justify these crimes that they are committing. It's a purely civilian infrastructure, and there is not a single video, by the way, not a single photo out there, right, on internet in nowadays, right, when everything is on internet. So there is not a single evidence that either Wildberries or Ozon were used to deliver military goods for Russian militaries on line of contact. It's madness, right? Why would Russian militaries need that? Why on earth? It's a purely civilian stuff. While civilian entities, while Nova Pochta, for example, there are numerous videos when on the trucks of Nova Pochta, you have not just the drones and their munition, but freaking infantry fighting vehicles that were transferred from NATO countries to Ukraine. Infantry fighting vehicles, man, right? So it is a legit target. And there is no comparison between Nova Pochta and the Wildberries, not at all. But, well, Western propaganda, of course, gonna push the narrative that Wildberries was delivering some. I wonder what Western propaganda says, that Wildberries were delivering like infantry fighting vehicles to Russian army, tanks, what, aircraft carriers, what? Anyways, man, you know what Western ruling class is and their propaganda, isn't it? Also, Russian forces eliminated the warehouse of Razyetka company, which is allegedly largest Ukrainian marketplace, and warehouse of this company was struck in the Brovary, Kiev region, and they're totally destroyed, according to reports. Yet another legit target, by the way. These companies, if they want to avoid Russian territory strikes, they should never ever participate in the military activities of Ukrainian Nazis and the fascists and the terrorists. But if they will participate, they become legit target, and that's what happened then, right? Also, we have reports that there was two attacks actually on Rosetka warehouse in the past 24 hours, not just one, to make sure, I guess Russian militaries wanted to make sure that they are eliminating this warehouse completely that is used by Kyiv regime for its military purposes. And also there was explosions in the Sumy, inside the Sumy itself. According to reports, industrial area was struck by Russian glide bombs in this particular case. So that's when it comes to Russian long-range activity. But of course, this is not all. We have this reporter that Russian militaries eliminated the places of concentration of Kyiv regime's forces deployment points of mercenaries too, not just Kyiv regime forces, but mercenaries also. Russian military forces targeted temporary deployment points of foreign mercenaries in the northern military district, defense ministries, according to defense ministry's report. And we have also additional information here. Operational tactical aviation, attack drones, missile forces, and artillery of the armed forces groups have struck temporary deployment points of Ukrainian armed forces and foreign mercenaries in 156 districts. I wanted to highlight this because 156, that means, by the way, that at least 156 points were struck by Russian forces in past 24 hours alone. So you can have a guess now, informed guess about level of casualties that Kyiv regime is suffering as a result of these Russian long-range precision strikes, not just on military and logistical infrastructure, but also on the deployment points of Kyiv regime's forces and their foreign mercenaries. NATO mercenaries, basically, as I call them, because that's what it is, right? It's NATO that are actively engaged in the recruiting of these mercenaries, right? And most of them are operating under their PMCs that are also controlled by NATO member states. So I think it is a correct call to say it's a NATO mercenaries, right? In my opinion. And there was I can see now the friends, there was a super chat on Rumble from Scooby, and in order to make sure I'm not gonna miss it as I did yesterday, I'll make a screenshot right now. So it's done, and let me continue with some more news. Russian armed forces. Another update from Defense Ministry first. In past 24 hours, Russian armed forces intercepted 1,158 drones that were launched by Kyiv regime with assistance of NATO. And dear friends, if you count that each drone costs on average 20,000-30,000, and these are long-range drones, by the way, that we are talking about, then you can calculate how much money of European or Western taxpayers is being spent to attack Russia on daily basis. Maybe Kyiv regime and its NATO backers are unable to launch 1,000 and 1,500 drones every 24 hours, but past 24 hours they did. And usually number is 600, 700, 800. So you can calculate approximately how much money is being taken from Western taxpayers to finance these long-range attacks on Russia. And none of it can be done without direct involvement of NATO countries, by the way. And also Russian Defense Ministry reported that in past 24 hours, Kyiv regime lost more than 1,400 military personnel all along the front line, killed and wounded. Some people are making mistakes when they see these reports of Russian Defense Ministry. This 1,400 does not mean that they all of them being killed. It's killed and wounded, right? And given the modern times, there is aerial control over the entire places, and I think Russian Defense Ministry's reports about casualties are actually conservative because they only count when they can, when they have documented case, when they have either eyewitnesses or video footage of destruction of their enemy forces. If they don't have it, they might not count it, right? So some people might say that this is an exaggeration, but I will say these numbers that are coming from Defense Ministry most likely are very conservative, on a very conservative side. And also, yesterday, Russian armed forces, I reported that Russian armed forces liberated Olgivka settlement in the Kharkov region and Lubitskoye settlement in the Zaporozhye region. And dear friends, overall, this week alone, with these settlements, overall number of liberated settlements will be 14 or 15, right? So this week alone, Russian military has liberated 14 or 15 settlements throughout the line of contact, which is not bad actually, right? Of course, I would like 100 villages to be and 100 settlements to be liberated, villages, cities, and so on. But I mean, we have reality that we have, isn't it? And there are 14, 15 settlements in a single week. That's quite a good result. And I can imagine somebody who only watched Western propaganda until this moment end up on my channel and listening now this report, and how confused that somebody would be, isn't it? Because all they hear from Western propaganda is that, well, it's a stalemate. Nothing is happening, no movement, no nothing, just artillery shelling of each other. No, in reality, Russian troops are advancing on daily basis all along the front line, with the exception of Kherson direction. And when it comes to Kherson, there is an objective reason why there is no active movement there. It's a Dnieper River, by the way. That's the name of this objective reason, right? And at some point, of course, Russian troops will cross Dnieper River and liberate again Kherson city, and will move further towards Nikolaev and then towards Odessa, obviously, right? This will happen. It's only a matter of time. But as of now, sites are standing on the banks of the river. There is actually long-range attacks on each other, but the rest of the line of contact, which is more than 1,000 kilometers, initiative is totally in Russian hands, totally, everywhere, right? And as I said, this week alone, 14, 15 settlements being liberated. That's not bad. And you can argue that one of the reasons why Russian troops are accelerating whenever need is, advances on the battlefield, is that Kyiv regime is suffering with tremendous lack of manpower, which is definitely true. Kyiv regime is suffering with a tremendous lack of manpower, 100%. And on this matter, dear friends, I have an update. I don't know, this idea was generated in Kiev or Western masters of Ukrainian Nazis come up with this stuff, but decision was made to increase number of people that are eligible for forceful mobilization. So let me give you update on that. 8 categories of Ukrainian citizens have lost their right to avoid this forceful mobilization, according to territorial recruitment centers, so-called territorial recruitment centers that are kidnapping people, by the way, on the streets, from their own homes, from everywhere, from shops, right? You have seen numerous videos, isn't it, with these kidnappings and forceful mobilization. And these 8 categories are students enrolled in a part-time or evening programs, as well as those pursuing second or third higher education degree. So those students gonna be forcefully mobilized now. Also, men with their multiple children who have some delays when it comes to aliment payments. Individuals caring for spouse with a disability of the third group. Single parents in certain cases. They're gonna take single parents too and mobilize them. They're gonna leave kids without parents, man. That's what they do. I said many times before, and many others, that Western ruling class will fight against Russia with until last Ukrainian. And when there is no more anybody left on Kiev controlled territory to be forcefully mobilized, Western ruling class will sacrifice Poles, Bulgarians, Romanians, Lithuanians, Latvians, Estonians, Finns, right? They can go further westwards if necessary. They will sacrifice Germans, by the way. They will sacrifice Austrians, right? They will sacrifice Scandinavians. They will sacrifice everybody because they don't care. They literally don't care. And they are demonstrating this attitude literally on a daily basis. But unfortunately, Western societies are refusing to pay attention to it. Another category, sir, that will no longer be able to avoid forceful mobilization, individuals providing care for people with disabilities of their first and second groups, employees of defense ministry enterprises and their organizations. They are desperate, man. They are absolutely desperate, isn't it? Citizens with the status of immediately fit for a service, and what they come up with is difference that there may be initial checkup, maybe some forcefully mobilized were so bad in terms of health that even Kiev regimes, these medics, doctors said, no, I mean, you can't take these ones, right? But now Kiev regime wants those to be forcefully mobilized too, no matter their medical conditions. They want them to be mobilized too. And also men who have been declared fit for a service after a re-examination by military medical commission. So they're gonna forcefully mobilize sick people, basically, right? That's what it is. So based on this information that is coming from Q-controlled territory, you can have your own judgment what's going on there, and how desperate Western ruling class and their Ukrainian proxies are, right, to somehow prolong this war against Russia as much as possible. And well, dear friends, in terms of manpower, the regime definitely has significant issues, but unfortunately, this war is conducted in many fields, right? It's not just a battlefield, immediate battlefield, right? Zero line, but it is a long-range exchange of fire too. And when it comes to long-range capabilities, well, because practically entire NATO and their proxies are engaged in these long-range attacks on Russia, therefore, it has become daily routine now, kind of, when Kiev regime is launching significantly more drones to strike deep into Russian territory than Russian is launching in retaliation. And this number of drones that Kiev regime and its NATO backers are capable to launch is regularly increasing. And past night, for example, there was one of the biggest long-range attacks on Russian Federation to date. One of the largest drone attacks on Russian Federation to date. 635 drones were intercepted by air defense force of the Russian Federation over the Belgorod, Bryansk, Volgograd, Voronezh, Kaluga, Kursk, Lipetsk, Oryol, Rostov, Ryazan, Saratov, Tambov, the Tula regions of the Moscow region, Republic of Crimea, Krasnodar territory, over the waters of Azov and the Black Sea. And well, if 635 drones were intercepted, I guess overall number of drones that were launched could be well around 700, if not more, because unfortunately some drones are managing to bypass air defenses because, after all, Western countries, NATO member states, are directly engaged in this war against Russian Federation, and they have intelligence capabilities, including satellite intelligence, to basically map up approximate areas where Russian air defenses are active, right, and come up with a flight path that will give better chances to these drones to avoid detection, right? So that's the one reason why every now and then some drones are managing to bypass air defenses. And second reason is that, any air defense force can be overwhelmed, right? even best air defense force in the world as Russia has, right? It's a matter of numbers, actually. It becomes a matter of numbers when we are talking about hundreds and thousands of aerial targets being launched in every 12 to 24 hours, right? So any air defense can be overwhelmed there. This might play some role, obviously. And also, we should keep in mind the size of Russia, right? This is biggest country in the world by far, and if tiny Israel is unable, despite all the investments in air defenses, to protect their skies from earlier targets 100% at the time, they are not even close to that. Then obviously it is totally impossible for Russia to secure sky 100% at the time. I mean, it's just not possible, and that's why I was mocking this Trump's Golden Dome idea, by the way, because US may not be biggest country in the world, but US is actually third country by size in the world, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe US is a third country by territory. Russia first, Canada second, US third, and there is no way with the current knowledge of physics and current technologies to secure US, for example, US airspace 100%. It's just not possible. So therefore, probably around 700 drones were launched, something like that. And unfortunately, we have reports about casualties among Russian civilians due to these long-range attacks. The Russian media acknowledged that this was one of the largest attacks to date. Ukrainian Air Forces nighttime attack on Russian regions was one of their most massive this year, but actually to date, because in previous years, Kiev regime and its NATO backers were not able to launch this many strike means, right? So we have some stats here. Previous major attack by Ukrainian drones on Russian regions occurred on July 24 when air defense forces shut down 571 Ukrainian/NATO drones. The most massive attack since the beginning of the year and since the beginning of special military operation, basically, was on June 26, when 660 drones were intercepted by Russian air defense forces. And we also have this report. I already mentioned, dear friends, that in past 24 hours alone, Russian air defense forces shut down 1,158 Ukrainian/NATO drones over their numerous Russian regions, right? And as a result of these massive attacks on Russian Federation orchestrated by NATO countries, there are casualties among civilians. Unfortunately, 2 people were killed there as a result of this long-range drone attack in Saratov. So drone strike in the Saratov region resulted in 2 casualties. Governor Roman Busargin reported 2 people were killed in an enemy drone attack. My condolences to their families and friends. They will be provided with all the necessary assistance, he wrote on a Max platform. Earlier this morning, regional governor reported damage to civilian infrastructure in Saratov and Engels due to drone strikes. Emergency services are working at the scene. And, well, number of Kiev regime drones, by the way, is crashed into residential apartment buildings. And you can see on your screen right now one of such instances. Drone struck about 4th, 5th floor, right? And you can see several floors, by the way, were damaged. And obviously, when this happened, there is a high probability of casualties, death, and injuries. And when it comes to this direction, Saratov region, there are reports that also oil refinery was targeted in this direction, and Kiev regime and its NATO backers attempted to strike Engels air base, military air base of Russia, where periodically at least Tu-95 and Tu-160 strategical bombers are stationed periodically, right? And nothing is known about this airfield. Did there any Kiev regime NATO drone reach airfield or not? But what we know for sure is that they kill civilians, by the way. They kill civilians. They struck with drones high-rise apartment buildings. One you can see on your screen there. Also, when it comes to Saratov region, which came under heavy fire past night, early morning, well, yet another warehouse of wild berries was targeted. Russian e-commerce company in our Selkiner settlement, and based on videos that I have seen from the area, warehouse is basically practically completely destroyed there. I don't think if anything survived there. There are no reports about casualties. People, workers, staff members of Wildberries were evacuated in time, so there were no reports about casualties in the Wildberries warehouse. But we have report that 3 people were killed there as a result of Ukrainian/NATO drone attack on Udmurtia region of the Russia. 3 people were killed there in the Ukrainian Armed Forces drone strike on Udmurtia. Acting head of Republic Olga Abramova reported as a result of the attack, a civilian vehicle in the northern regions was damaged. According to operational reports, unfortunately, 3 people were killed. She wrote on the Max platform, and this is not all. Unfortunately, 3 more people were killed in the Belgorod region, again, as a result of these long-range drone attacks orchestrated by NATO member states. Ukrainian Armed Forces attacked agricultural enterprise in the village of Kazachye Lisitsa in the Belgorod region, killing 3 people and injuring 3 others. The regional task force reported about it. So even though this is still preliminary data about casualties that occurred in past 12 hours as a result of these long-range attacks on the Russian Federation, you can already see scale, right? And unfortunately, the number of casualties among civilians is on total rise. It's totally increasing in past 12 hours alone. Kiev regime and its NATO backers killed there about 10 civilians at least. And you're not going to hear anything about it in the Western media, isn't it? If we can call those so-called outlets media. There are also reports about drone strikes on oil refineries in Ufa area. Ufa is a Russian city, of course. Bashkortostan, capital of Bashkortostan, I believe. Or am I mistaken? I'm not mistaken. I believe it's the capital of Bashkortostan. TASS news agency is reporting that NATO reconnaissance aircraft is flying off coast of Gulf of Finland. And dear friends, you know what that means, isn't it? Recently, if you remember, I reported 2 days in a row that NATO reconnaissance planes, US and British reconnaissance planes were circulating over the Black Sea. And I've said they are preparing attack. They are preparing some attack. And well, it was yesterday, isn't it, when I reported that Rosatom vessel was struck and sunk in the Black Sea. And Rosatom, you know, is a very specific company, and Rosatom's vessel carries very specific, it is also involved in very specific operations. It was a civilian vessel. Rosatom is a civilian company that is a leading company in this world when it comes to building, for example, nuclear power plants, civilian nuclear power plants. And when it comes to Black Sea region, there is one country that right now is heavily relies on Russia to build its nuclear power plant. That country is Turkey, and I think this US-British reconnaissance lines over the Black Seas definitely were involved, definitely were linked to that attack that happened on the Rosatom vessel. Let's see. I mean, maybe after special military operation, we will receive some confirmations that I am correct. But I know I'm correct, man. I know I'm correct. And now we have reports that, there are NATO reconnaissance planes, NATO intelligence planes, basically, that are circulating over the Baltic states and the Gulf of Finland. And we know what that means, isn't it? They're going to attack Leningrad region, either in next 24 hours or maybe in next 48 hours. But they are going after Russian civilians, after Russian people and infrastructure in the Leningrad region and St. Petersburg. 100%, right? There can be no doubts about it. I can only hope that Russian air defense forces will manage to intercept as many incoming targets as possible. But Leningrad region and St. Petersburg should get ready, because these NATO intelligence planes are mapping basically areas where Russian radio electronic warfare systems are active. They are mapping the areas where Russian radars are operating actively, right? And they will work now for next number of hours to come up with a flight path for these Ukrainian/NATO drones to bypass as much as possible detection, and therefore it will take, I guess, day or two, maybe three, right? And the Leningrad, St. Petersburg gonna become under attack again from NATO territory. But I never believed in nonsense, right? That Kiev regime is launching drones from its territory, from Kiev controlled territory, and they're reaching St. Petersburg or Leningrad region. Total nonsense. These drones are launched from Baltic states, from Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, potentially from Finland. That's their areas from where these drones are launched, maybe from Poland too. They are theory that Kiev regime is launching these drones from Western Ukraine. Drones then are crossing into Poland, then from Poland to Suwalki up into Lithuania, from Lithuania to Latvia, and then either targeting Russia from Latvia airspace or moving further north to Estonia and Finland, and they are attacking Russia from these NATO member states. But I think even though this is theoretically possible, and there were many instances when Ukrainian/NATO drones crashed in Lithuania, in Latvia, and Estonia, in Finland too, I think it is most likely that these drones are launched actually from NATO territories, from these NATO member states themselves. Most likely, by the way. That is the case, and I spotted another super chat, dear friends, on Rumble. I'll make a screenshot of it, and we'll react straight after news segment. There was a premium subscription gift card on Rumble from Viper. So one super chat from Scooby, one super chat from Waver Husband, and a premium subscription gift card from Viper. Thank you very much. And of course, I will highlight all this after the news segment. Let's continue with some other news. And when it comes to Leningrad region, that's gonna come under attack 100%. By the way, have no doubts about it. Well, it is a possibility that a German drone is gonna be used for attacks. German, relatively new type of drones with a 100-kilometer range, which is quite enough to be launched from Baltic states, from Lithuania, from Estonia, from Finland, and to reach Leningrad region of the Russian Federation. And these drones are HX2. And Germany, by the way, and there are already videos, by the way, when these HX2 kamikaze drones being used by Kiev regime forces against Russia. And Germany promised to buy 6,000 such drones for the Kiev regime. Scale of involvement of NATO countries in this war against Russian people is unbelievable. Germany promised, and not just promised, ordered actually, total of 6,000 of these HX2 drones for the Kiev regime. Each drone approximately costs 17,000 euros. So you can count, by the way, how much money was taken from German taxpayers by German leadership just for purchase of these 6,000 drones to be used against Russian people. And you tell me if Germany is not a legit target for Russia, by the way. Not whole of Germany, but warehouses where these drones are stored, warehouses or companies where these drones or parts of those drones are manufactured, there logistical centers of Germany, and everything else that is related to attacks on Russia. You tell me if all of those assets are not legit targets for Russian Federation. And you tell me if same does not apply on UK, that is actively, very actively is engaged in this war against Russian people. You tell me if same does not apply on France, on Italy, on these Baltic Chihuahuas, on US. Of course, same applies to those two. And who knows, man? Who knows? Maybe one day we will retaliate. Maybe one day we will retaliate. Time will tell, isn't it? And well, before I continue with the news, and there is a lot of news left, dear friends, as you can see on top of the screen, all these windows are updates. Before I continue, let me just highlight, if I may, that today's live stream is a big community chat. Today is a big community chatter, right? And fundraising stream. And if you like my work, if you like my programs, please consider to support her. You can do it through several means. You can donate through PayPal platform to this project. You can use Boosty platform for a donation, or you can subscribe to my Patreon page and page on Boosty. There is a monthly subscription there, which starts from $5 on the Patreon, for example, and you can use your level of support. And for members of community who appreciates my work, maybe this will be way to support her. You subscribe to Patreon and their support her on monthly basis. Links are under this video in description box and in the pinned comment. And of course, during the stream, you can use our super chat feature on Rumble. And also premium subscription gift card, by the way. Also premium subscription gift card, as for example, Viper did just a few minutes ago. And let me drop a link to my Rumble channel in the YouTube chat. So if you have an account, dear friends, on Rumble, please subscribe to my channel. Also will be helpful, of course. And once again, if you like my work, please click that like button too, dear friends, so that more people probably will see this video. Algorithm loves more likes and comments, engagement. So maybe your likes and your comments will help to finally break out of this freaking shadow ban that my channels are, man. So if you can, please click that like button. And yes, sir, of course, whenever donations, if there are donations, I will highlight after the new segment, all of it, by the way, through PayPal, through Boosty, through Super Chat, and also premium subscription gift cards. That's been said, let's continue with some other news. Isn't it, 54 minutes live stream already. Okay, few more news, sir, and let's have a good community chat, by the way. Let's talk about anything after that. But first, let me share with you this information that I partially spoke about yesterday also. And for whatever reason, Russian media outlets only today wake up to this interview that Rubio gave to Fox News when he says that US will evaluate prospects for resuming negotiations on Ukraine. I listened to soundbite of that interview, and Rubio was saying that in next several weeks they will probably resume communications in this direction. You'll see some efforts in the next few weeks to see if we can restart negotiations between the parties to the end of the war. According to U.S. State Secretary Donald Trump, president of U.S., has made it clear that Washington can play a role in ending the conflict. Therefore, United States will continue its efforts to achieve resolution, according to Rubio. And by the way, I mean, how embarrassing is this, isn't it, when a country that is directly involved in this war against Russian people, or representatives of the country, that is directly involved in this war against Russian people, US in this particular case, are using this language, right? That, oh, they might, they might check ground, if there is any possibilities for negotiations or stuff like that. Easy for they are just a random side, random side, neutral side. They have nothing to do with this war. This is embarrassing, man. This is embarrassing, and we put ourselves in this position, isn't it? A Russian president should never gone to Alaska, right? The last year, and the Russian leadership should never waste no time talking to these nobodies, man, that are formally in charge of US, although in reality we know who is in charge, isn't it? It's definitely not a Trump, definitely not a Rubio. These are freaking puppets. In reality, it's globalists and their neocon allies. That's who is in charge in US and in Europe, by the way. Globalists, period. Right? But when it comes to a topic of a possible de-escalation, well, I already shared my opinion in my previous updates. I think Russian president is probably is moving towards Russian president is on a trajectory towards some sort of political solution if Western ruling class will come up with something that will not be like demand of capitulation from Moscow, because all their demands, all their initiatives that are coming from the West as of now are demands for capitulation. And this is not my words, this is words of Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. So if Western ruling class, which is extremely emboldened with the impunity with which they are killing Russian citizens and destroying Russian economy, Russian Federation throughout the years now, if those extremely emboldened elements in the West will come up with something that will not be necessarily like a straight up capitulation demand, probably Russian leadership will take the offer in that case. And this might even happen, this might even occur in next 3 to 5 weeks, before end of August, early September, maybe, until parliamentary elections will take place here in Russia, right? That are scheduled for late September. We will see. I think some sort of negotiations probably even happening behind the closed doors. And let's see what kind of initiatives we're gonna hear from the West. If it's anything else than capitulation demander, Putin might take it, and we will have a freezing of the conflict, which means obviously a setback for Russia in many ways, because Western ruling class will use this break to rearm, reorganize, not just Kiev regime, but itself, right? And we know globalists are preparing a number of European countries for open war with Russia. They even scheduling this war 2029, 2030, right? And so, of course, it will be setback for Russia if Putin will agree on a temporary solution. But on the other hand, if he, as I said many times before, if he's for whatever reason unwilling to restore deterrent with the collective West right now, which will require retaliatory strikes on those Western countries, on legit targets in those Western countries, then he don't really has much options, because he cannot continue this war forever, because until deterrent is restored with the collective West, we won't be able to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine, because weapons that they get are coming from the West, and Nazis, by the way, rarely are fighting on a zero line. Ukrainian Nazis and the fascists, they mostly are in Kiev, by the way, in Lvov, and very rarely on the front line. correct? So we will see. We will see what is going to happen there. But you know, maybe tomorrow Russian president will say we have to restore the terms with the collective West now. Theoretically, that might happen, isn't it? I don't believe that this is realistic, but theoretically, this might happen because, after all, never say never, isn't it? And so, if tomorrow Russian president will authorize Russian militaries and security services to restore the terms with the collective West, then it will only take literally a couple of months before end of this year. War will be finished. That's how it is, man. If tomorrow Russian president green lights Russian security services and militaries to restore the terms with the collective West, which means that we will force Western ruling class out of this conflict with the force, with the literal kinetic force, right? Then Kiev regime alone will not survive more than several months. And that's when actual denazification and demilitarization will happen. Mostly because even in that case, of course, many Ukrainian Nazis and the fascists with a lot of weapons going to run into Western Ukraine. And I don't think it makes sense for Russia to go into Western Ukraine. Russian troops should stop on the border with the Western Ukraine and let their NATO countries, Poland, Hungary, and Romania, that used to be in charge of these Western Ukrainian territories, let them deal with these Ukrainian Nazis and the fascists, right? But until we restore the terrain with the collective West, until we force NATO countries to stay out of this war, I mean, you tell me how we're going to be able to demilitarize or denazify Ukraine. How? That will require demilitarization of entire collective West, which is literally impossible without using nuclear weapons. And to use nuclear weapons on such a scale, that means extinction level event, isn't it? So never ever Russian president will go for that. And she should never, I don't even think it's rational. It's rational to go for nukes, but no. We can restore the terrain with the collective West with their conventional means. All it takes, I think, is couple of strikes with the conventional weapons here and there. And when Western societies will see that, finally Russia is retaliating, I think those Western societies will lose any appetite for a war or for support of Ukraine or Ukrainian Nazis, let me say, right? And they will quickly demand from their governments to seek a political solution with Russia, to seek the escalation. All it takes is, couple of strikes on these NATO member states, and that's it. With the conventional weapons. With conventional weapons. No need to deploy nukes necessarily, man. Absolutely not. So we will see. We will see what's going to happen, man. If suddenly, you know me, dear friends, I'm not really a big fan of Putin. I don't like the guy, never supported him, will never support, obviously, in terms of voting for him. But in terms of voting for him during the presidential elections, obviously. But if tomorrow he will greenlight Russian militaries and security services to restore the terrain with the collective West, man, I'm gonna vote for his freaking party, man. I'm gonna be happy, right? Because that's the clear path towards victory. That will be the clear path towards the victory. And therefore, I will go and vote for his party, EGNRC, during the parliamentary elections. And many other people will do, man. If tomorrow Putin will make statement that well, he is going to restore the terror with the collective West. Military secret services can receive green light, right, to do so, and maybe even some mobilization going to be needed of, I don't know, 300,000, 500,000, 700,000. I wouldn't be against it, man. I go faster in that mobilization, right? I try my best, and I will vote for his freaking party. I would never ever do that, man. I would never ever vote for either Putin or his party. But right now, I am so freaking frustrated with his restraint policies that if he actually greenlights Russian militaries to restore deterrent with the collective West, I will vote for his party. Not for him, man. I have many questions to Putin personally, right? So I'm never going to vote for him in the presidential elections, but I might vote for his party. That will be the compromise. I mean, if one voice means anything, but anyways, right? Anyways, who knows, man? Never say never. Never say never. I hope Putin will realize, man, that we have to restore the terror with the collective West. There is no other option. We just don't have other option. If he agrees on anything else, that will be a temporary solution, and that will mean that we're gonna end up in a war again, man, again. And that's I don't think he wants that. Let's continue with some other news. Sir, dear friends. I'm meanwhile making screenshots on Rumble, right? So what is the next report here? Let me check. Well, Pentagon ends leadership of Ukraine aid group as US distances from Europe. Political reports that Pentagon is allegedly planning to relinquish its leading role in the Ukraine support group. Publication states that the coordination of the group may be, this is Rammstein group, isn't it? May be transferred to another NATO member country, and the process of the transferring authority could take up to a year. However, cooperation between Washington and Kiev will continue. However, so this is that's why, man, this last sentence says it all. This is a pure propaganda, isn't it? This is a pure propaganda attempt to paint the picture, false picture, that the US is somehow distancing itself from this war and is not engaged in this war against Russian people. But who they are trying to mislead, honestly. Whoever these Western propagandists were able to brainwash, they've already been brainwashed. And people that actually are capable of operating with the brain, they cannot be brainwashed. If they were not brainwashed until now, then they're not going to be brainwashed from now on. So I wonder for whom this cheap propaganda from Politico or other Western media outlets are coming. For whom? Who is the final recipient of this propaganda? Already zombified people in the West, zombified part of the societies. Makes no sense, isn't it? Pure waste of time. Now, unfortunately, US was, is, and they're going to be leading country in this war against Russian people. Let's make no mistake about it. None of these long-range attacks, by the way. No, neither UK, neither France, neither any other country in NATO, with exception of US, has a satellite installation, intelligence satellite installation out there on orbit, or other intelligence means on such a scale to be able to organize long-range attacks on Russian Federation that we are observing throughout so much time now. None of it could be done without direct involvement of US. So who's gonna buy this nonsense from Politico or similar nonsense from any other media outlets that, well, the US is no longer, you see, US has left this war, they are no longer assisting. Really? Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Few more news, dear friends. Middle East, of course, makes headlines. Obviously, last several days there was a massive push of propaganda in the U.S. And throughout the Western media about some tremendous scale of a strike on Iran that U.S. was planning. There were rumors that Israel might join these attacks on Iran, and well, Tehran says, well, okay, bring it on, man. We will retaliate on a scale that you have truly not seen yet. That was Iran's message. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Western ruling class was actually thinking that they're going to bully with this scaremongering tactics, bully Iran to submission, but exactly opposite happened actually. Iranians say, you know what, you strike us, we're going to strike you in such a scale that you will be shocked. And throughout the Middle East, in every country where you have assets, that was a message to US from Iran. And that includes Israel too, obviously. And there are other countries that are one way or another linked to these attacks. And those other countries are UK, by the way, from where strategical bombers, US strategical bombers are taking off to attack Iran. That includes Bulgaria, where US has deployed a tremendous volume of assets, aerial assets included. That includes Romania, correct? And Iran is well capable of eliminating US assets in all of these countries, not just in the region, but elsewhere too. According to reports, Iran can strike UK, by the way, with its missiles. The UK. So Iran definitely can strike Romania and Bulgaria if they want to. And so I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened because it's a Sunday and tomorrow market's going to open and the Trump's family did not want to lose some money because some shares will drop. I don't know if there was any other reasons, but Trump came up with a statement that he canceled this Armageddon strike on Iran. And you know what he says? He's canceling this attack because Iranians ask him to do so, man. Unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. And some people actually takes his word seriously, isn't it? Let me give you some details. So US President Donald Trump agreed to cancel, planned a major, you look at the language, man, agreed to cancel a planned major strike on Iran after Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi accepted the compromise proposal from Qatari mediators regarding the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. This was reported by Israeli TV channel 12, citing two diplomats familiar with the negotiations. And you know what? This Israeli TV channel 12 is biasing people. Literally biasing people. Abbas Araghchi did not say yes to nothing. I don't think Abbas Araghchi even had a conversation about the matter in past 12 to 24 hours, right? But for whatever reason, American ruling class decided that, well, they're gonna take a break, right? They're not gonna escalate right now. Maybe because their military assets are not yet ready. Maybe there is some other reasons, right? But they decided to hold this attack. Maybe they're scared of Iranian retaliation. Man. It well might be the case. Maybe they are actually scared. Maybe Pentagon is terrified. Maybe Pentagon is literally terrified, man, because they have not seen anything like what is happening in the Middle East. There is not a senior officer in the US Army right now that has any experience of anything even close to what US militaries are experiencing in the Middle East when they're literally sitting ducks for Iran. And I don't think they really know what to do. They might come up with all sorts of plans, and they are clearly trying, by the way, right? But I think there is a high probability that they are just freaking terrified. They don't know what, they don't know how to come up with a plan that can succeed, because there is no such option, actually. There is no such scenario in which US is winning this war. None. If of course, US will not go for a nukes. And that's a big danger, by the way, because Western ruling class kind of cornered Trump's administration, cornered their US ruling class with this war in the Middle East. Of course, there is a high risk that out of desperation, American ruling class might actually go for a nukes, man. And in that case, Western ruling class might get what they want, total destruction of the Middle East, which will clearly keep this region isolated from rest of the world, especially energy sector of this region, away from a global economy for a very long time. And that's exactly what globalists want. But will that be victory for the US itself? I don't think so. So even deploying the nukes will not give US victory if we are talking about US interests. Because if Trump was, if US administration was any clearer and has any care about actual US interests, they will never get engaged in this war to begin with. But anyways, that's all philosophy, right? Let me give you Trump's poster about suspension of these attacks. USA is locked and loaded. I mean, this is so funny, isn't it, dear friends? Don't you find their funny way, especially American politicians talk? As if they are in a freaking movie, man. Language that they use, this, total fake stuff. Don't you find it fascinating? It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy, man. It should not be like that, man. Come on, what are you doing? But anyways, so USA is locked and loaded, and they're ready to go against the Islamic Republic of Iran at the levels of military terror, strength, and the power not seen since the World War II. Goodness me, man. Did Trump knows anything about Korean War or Vietnam? No? Despite this, we have just been asked by Iran and other Middle Eastern countries to hold off any attacks in that their perimeters of their deal has been agreed to. This would include the immediate, complete, and total opening of the Hormuz Strait and an end to Iran's nuclear threat. And there is no nuclear threat from Iran, and there's going to be no opening of the Strait of Hormuz. What Trump is talking about? How many times he going to post this total freaking BS stuff, total lies, and made up stories? How many times he going to do this, man? Based on this request, I have agreed for the future benefit of the world and likewise the survival of successful and prosperous Iran. And he's again threatening genocide, man, to entire civilization. How else you will interpret this word, survival of a successful and prosperous Iran? Only way you can question Iran's survivability if you drop 100 nukes there. That might be something that Iran cannot survive. Or maybe even that would not be enough to kill Iran. But either way, that will be genocide, crime against humanity. And that's what Trump is implying here, isn't it? If my understanding of English is correct, man. Otherwise, why would you use this phrasing? So, okay, it does not matter, man. Too much attention on Trump. And he is biasing people. He's biasing people, obviously. I think I think it's worth to be noticed also that State Department yesterday issued a security alert to U.S. Diplomatic personnel and U.S. citizens throughout the Middle East, and later on, and there was expectations, by the way, actually, there was expectations that U.S. and Israel are going to strike Iran with a significant number of these long-range means, and Iran promised to retaliate tremendously also. So, for whatever reason, Washington hold these attacks. There are rumors that, yet again, for example, Saudis asked U.S. not to attack Iran. There are other rumors, but in reality, who knows, man? In reality, who knows what is going on there? What we know for sure is that Iran is not opening no Strait of Hormuz. Fars news agency reported that Iran will not grant her permission to open the Strait of Hormuz, and reports that Tehran has allegedly accepted Qatari mediators' proposal to reopen the waterway are false. As I said, Israeli Channel 12 is just biasing people, lying. Abbas Araghchi didn't agree to nothing. And Trump literally made up the story and went with the story to justify pausing that attack. And I don't think it's productive to guess now why they paused the attack, because we just don't know. Maybe possible Iranian retaliation actually forced them, possible scale of Iranian retaliation actually forced them to reconsider. Maybe, or maybe something else was going on. Either way, dear friends, let's continue with some other news. And yeah, as I said, no opening of Strait of Hormuz, and this is quite interesting, isn't it? Because remember, SETCOM said that Strait is open. Literally, like a few days ago, 2 days ago, when Iran made a statement that due to US attacks, Strait of Hormuz is closed now, SETCOM went straight away and claimed that Strait is open, free for everybody, don't pay attention to Iran. And the question is, if Strait is freaking open, then what Trump is talking about there? And what Israeli media is talking about, that Iran agreed to open. How are we going to agree to open something that is already open, if it's open? Correct? It's a freaking madness, man. It's crazy, isn't it? It's so stupid, man. So many things are just literally too stupid to be real, man. But it is actual life, isn't it? I don't know how all this nonsense can be reality, man. But it is. It's terrifying, actually, isn't it? That so many stupidity, so many nonsensical stuff is happening in this world, man. And such idiots are in a position of decision making, formally or no, but in a position of decision making. It's terrifying, actually, if you think about it. And I guess to demonstrate who is in charge in the Strait of Hormuz, by the way, we have a report that another oil tanker that listened too much of American propaganda decided that, well, they're going to move around Strait of Hormuz whenever they want. And, well, they find out that that was a bad call, bad decision. They get struck. Another one, man. Unbelievable. Also, I think we have to pay attention, dear friends, to developments in Iraqi Kurdistan nowadays. We have reports that headquarters of separatist groups in Sanumaniyah, Iraqi Kurdistan, were eliminated. Also, reports are coming in about elimination of camps of some separatist groups that are terrorist organizations, basically, right? And first, I will say that majority Kurds, by the way, in Iran, majority Kurds are not separatists, not supporters of separatists. they are proud Iranians. They are proud members of this unique civilization, right? But they are separatist groups, small groups, armed ones, right? Groups that are linked to CIA, US CIA, Israeli Mossad, British MI6, French secret services, and so on, German secret services. These groups, for decades and decades and decades, are being armed, right? Either in Iraq or Iran, by the way, were armed by these Western secret services and Israeli secret services, and they're used for terrorist activity throughout the region, not just against Iran, but throughout the region, right? And no wonder Iranian security forces, including Shiite formations that are part of Iraqi defense force, are going after these Kurdish terrorist organizations, and also Iranian security services and special forces are going after these Kurdish terrorist organizations. In past 3 to 4 weeks, there was numerous strikes and eliminations of the leadership of these terrorist groups. Although more needs to be done, clearly more needs to be done, because right now US and Israel have established sort of a highway from Mediterranean to Iraqi Kurdistan through Syrian territory, right? Through Syrian territory to send their terrorists in, to send their weapons in, munition in, right, into Kurdistan, to send their special forces, their militaries, to then launch invasion into northern Iran, right? This area, by the way, has become a freaking highway nowadays for Israel, US, and their allies to move their assets, whatever assets, by the way, from terrorists to weapons to munition to their own militaries, right? They bring it to East Mediterranean, then Syria, and through northern Syria into northern Iraq. And you have Kurdistan there, right? These developments were expected, obviously, and that's the reason why Iran is clearly actively eliminating the threat while targeting these terrorist groups. And past night was no exception. And also lately, clearly there is strikes also on economical financial capabilities of these Kurdish groups. And one should keep in mind, dear friends, that Erbil, Kirkuk area, by the way, is oil-rich area. These are the territories of Iraq that are controlled by Kurdish armed groups, right? And well, I guess to send clear enough message to Iraqi Kurds, Shiite militia, and also Iranian special forces, it again, one after another, step by step, are eliminating oil refineries, and already there were some strikes on oil fields too, oil infrastructure. And of course, that's a big deal. I think majority Kurds will get the message and will stay out of this war and will not allow themselves to become a tool in the hands of Israel or the US or their British leadership, right? But minority, unfortunately, will comply with the Zionist and the Western assets, and they will be eliminated eventually, right? But either way, I think we have to pay attention to this northern corridor now that is established by US, Israel, and actively used to bring in more assets into Iraqi Kurdistan to prepare ground for invasion of Iran. And another potential direction of invasion is, of course, southern eastern side on the Gulf of Oman, where Belugis are living, Belugi minority, and unfortunately among Belugis also there are quite a number of separatists. They are united in a terrorist groups, and CIA and Mossad probably will try to use them too. We will see. But this is another direction of possible ground invasion. Of course, there is a theoretical probability that US and Israel or US and its allies will try to enter northern Iran from Azerbaijani territory, also from Armenia. By the way, Armenia is controlled by US, obviously, but such a probability is much less than Iraqi Kurdistan and the southern eastern part. Anyways, let's continue with some other news. Well, Saudi Arabia, by the way, received additional message from Iraqi Shiites and their Ansar Allah movement to calm down and behave rationally. Right now on your screen, you can see oil infrastructure of major oil infrastructure of Saudi Arabia in Jizan area, oil refinery, and well, on this satellite image, I can count at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points of destruction, at least, right? And that's quite significant. I think Saudi Arabia get the memo, right? That they should come to their senses. Saudi leadership, they should come to their senses. Otherwise, soon they will have nothing when it comes to energy infrastructure. And that's, if this is not enough, not clear enough message, then I guess then nothing will work. In that case, Saudi leadership is just too freaking dumb, and will be used by Israel and the Western ruling class any way they want them. And that will be obviously end of Saudi Arabia itself, which is artificial creation, by the way, British creation, right? And no one will drop a tear if Saudi Arabia will disappear from political map, actually, as no one will bother if UAE will disappear from political map, or Kuwait for that matter, or if Bahrain will become Iran again. No one will care, really. And that's exactly what might happen if these so-called royalties, royal families, will not behave. That's exactly what happened. But anyways, let's continue, dear friends. I think this is also an interesting topic that MTJ, former Congresswoman, Marjorie Taylor Greene, published this photo on her Twitter X, right, on which I can identify MTJ herself, also Tucker Carlson right there. I think they are guests of Tucker Carlson, right? Also, Messi here, another lawmaker, and Joe Kent, right? These two females, I don't know who these females are, but probably also some public figures, by the way, from Republican side of aisle. And what is interesting, MTJ commented on this picture as follows: we said no more foreign wars, and we meant it, and supported Donald Trump because he made that promise, but he's betrayed us all. Our commitment is America first for all Americans, right, left, and center. The movement has begun. And this is a kind of presentation, isn't it? This is a clear message for America first people. And there is division now, isn't it? There is America first and there is a MAGA. And this is clear message for America first, for maybe for MAGA too, that, well, Tucker Carlson and others are joining their fight. And maybe this is early hints, by the way, that Tucker Carlson might run for presidency in US. Maybe not necessarily in 2028, because that might be too freaking risky. But clearly, MTJ wants to deliver some message, isn't it? She's talking about some movement, and I wonder what that movement is. And also, I have a big question, dear friends, in terms of these alternatives, right? I have questions in regards to these alternative parties or movements, call it whatever you want, in Europe, from UK to Germany and France. And I also have similar questions in regards to these alternatives in the US. Are we sure that these alternatives are not created by globalists themselves to keep society in a deception, right? To keep society in a fantasy world while they continue to do their dodgy stuff, right? No matter who is the president, who is the vice president, or if it's US, or who is a premier or president in Europe. Are we actually sure that these alternatives are truly independent, man? And they're movements that are actually loyal to people and not to thinking and are not a project of the globalists. I don't know, man. I lost trust in many ways. I think I lost her capability to trust. I have seen enough shit in my life, by the way, right? In my time to not to be naive, right? So I find it very hard to trust anybody and anything. So maybe that's what it is, right? Maybe I become just too freaking skeptical, or maybe I have a point here. Because after all, this Western ruling class, by the way, these globalists, they are dominating Western world, and they're pretty much most of the world, not because they are actually dumb as hell, but because they are quite capable, by the way, and they have a lot of tools. And I don't think it would be that difficult for them to create, while they see that this traditional systemic parties no longer work, no longer attract enough attention of the public, and deception is failing. I don't think in that case they would find it very difficult to create these fake alternatives, right, throughout the Western world, for example, and through these fake alternatives keep grip on the mindset of the people. I hope I explained what I want to say, man, well enough. I don't know what's going on, but I would love to see America, or UK for that matter, or Germany, or France, by the way, being reclaimed by its own citizens and led by people that actually care about their fellow countrymen and the countries. Because with such a people, we can do business, man. With such a people, we can talk, we can have agreements, we can understand each other, right? I mean, Russia and those countries, if they are actually led by true patriots. But with globalists and globalist puppets, we cannot find their common ground. We just cannot. So that's why I would love to see, man. I would love to see people in US, in Europe being successful, right? In Australia, in New Zealand, elsewhere, being successful in reclaiming their own countries, right? Because that will create path towards a truly bright future for all of humanity, I will argue. But yet again, I don't think enough citizens in the Western countries are awoken, had wake up to be able to organize in a strong enough power to have an impact. Majority is still delusional, vast majority, I think, and there is being manipulated, including by these, I think, fake alternatives, man. Share what your take, dear friends. Share what you think about it. Maybe I'm just too freaking paranoid, and I just don't trust nothing. Therefore, could be case, man. I mean, everybody is paranoid on some scale, but maybe I'm just too freaking paranoid. And I think I have two more news, dear friends. Let me just make this screen of a super chat, and I can't even remember news. I remember now. because I'm constantly working. First update, there was a first update this morning, by the way, that I published first on Patreon and Boosty, then on YouTube and Rumble. And of course, straight after first update, I'm launching work on a main news update, right? And I'm booking tremendous number of news, and then I'm choosing from this news which one I'm gonna use during the main news update. And in this process, quite often I'm forgetting the news, by the way, that I have bookmarked. So when I open the page, that's the moment when I remember, okay, that's the news. And my reactions, therefore, are always new, always real reaction at the moment, right? And so today, dear friends, the Prime Minister of Armenia resigned, right? This news broke early in the morning, and there are many people were expressing some sort of not the happiness is not the right word, but justification, right? Many people were okay with this. They were thinking that, well, Armenia has a chance now to get free. And I was thinking, what the hell, man? This is not the case. This is just a symbolic stuff, right? This is procedural stuff. Because after parliamentary elections, prime minister has to resign and president has to appoint a new prime minister from the majority. And who has the majority in Armenian parliament after recent parliamentary elections? Globalists, right? And that means it's still Pashinyan's party. And as it was expected, the president of Armenia first accepted resignation of the Pashinyan and then appointed Pashinyan again as a prime minister. So that's how it is, man. Right? Unfortunately, Armenia is destined for a very dark place. Armenia lost their independence, lost sovereignty. And the only way Armenian people can now regain sovereignty of their own country is through blood. There is no other way, man. There is no other way Western ruling class will give up control on this territory. And they see Armenia as a territory. They don't give a damn about either Armenians or the Armenian Republic. They see territory that they want and they think they can use against their regional or global opponents. Iran, Russia, whatever, you name it, right? Turkey maybe at some point. That's what it is. It's a territory for the globalists. And if Armenian people in Armenia want to see their country being sovereign again, they have to fight, man. That's the only way. That's the only way out of that cage in which Armenia end up. It is what it is, right? And I will end there. And this is true for every other country, by the way. If globalists are controlling your country, you only can gain independence through fight and through sacrifice, man. That's the only way, through actual fight. Oh, I have another news that Elon Musk is no longer a trillionaire. He lost in July alone $363 billion in assets. And you know what? I spoke about this matter enough in my first update. I don't want to repeat myself, but these numbers clearly demonstrate that these markets, by the way, in the West are freaking bubbles, isn't it? Totally fake. Because if something worth trillion, it cannot lose 300 or 400 billion like that. It's just nonsense, right? So if Elon Musk is losing 300, 400 billion in a single month because some shares drop tremendously on Tesla, SpaceX, and so on, then that means those companies never worth money that was given for the shares to begin with. And that means something else was driving the prices up. It's a bubble, right? It's a freaking scam. It's a bubble. And at one day, one day it will burst, right? It will burst, and God knows what that will bring to this world, right? To Western world and the rest of the world. But it's a bubble. When I see this report, I was not at all surprised, by the way, because I never believed that these Western companies are actually worth trillions, man. What a nonsense, or even hundreds of billions. Pure nonsense, right? So yes, now Elon Musk's wealth is 690 billion only. Well, in reality, maybe couple of billions, maybe couple of billions, and that's about it, man. Rest is a result of this artificial inflation of this bubble, and that's it. And well, let me check. Let me check time. By the way, it's almost 2 hours, right? That's about it for. That's about it for a new segment, dear friends. I hope you find it informative and interesting. And now, let's have a community chat, right? In case you like, a new segment, dear friends, please indicate that. Click that like button. Leave some commentary. This might help actually. And if this video will have more likes, maybe that will have an effect right now, and more people will see this live stream, so they will join community chat, and maybe they will later on check our news segment itself also, and maybe they will subscribe. You never know. So if you can, please like the video. And now I'm gonna join community chat. I will start with the recommendations that I receive through PayPal. There was recommendations from Christopher, dear friends. So I will start from that, and then I will go through super chats. There are super chats on Rumble from Scooby and their waiver husband. I will react on all of those. Same time, I'm gonna open right now my Patreon page, dear friends, and the page on Boosty. So if we will have a new member on the Patreon or new members, I will say it straight away, happily, right? And if we will have new members on the Boosty, the same, right? Or maybe Boosty has this feature that you can donate through Boosty, right? So if there is any donator, any questions or comments, of course, I will highlight that too. And well, right now on Patreon, 132 of us, by the way, in the community. And on Boosty, only 12. So our communities on Patreon and Boosty needs to at least double in order this project to be in more or less safe place. And I have to be able to calm my nerves a bit, right? Because it's extremely stressful, man. I'm living in this stressful environment that I myself created for 4 years now, isn't it? And even though I'm happy, absolutely happy, and I'm truly grateful to all of you, dear friends, for this field of news and political commentary, in this field of alternative media, it's stressful, man. It's extremely stressful, especially because my channels are small, isn't it? And support. I mean, my channels are small, communities small, relative to big names, and therefore support of community keeps me and this project in this field. But same time, I always have a question: can this project survive next month? It's constant survival, right? From month to month to month to month, and it's freaking stressful, man. So if you can subscribe to my Patreon, dear friends, day when our community will reach 250, 300 members on Patreon, I will say that thanks God we make it. Now this project is more or less safe, and I can relax a bit, right? Anyways, let's go for chat now. Reminder, dear friends, that you can use um, super chat feature on Rumble, and let me drop once again in YouTube, dear friends, in the YouTube chat, link to my Rumble channel in case you have a counter. And so, because this is a fundraising, also you can donate through PayPal, Boosty. You can subscribe to my Patreon, as I already mentioned, and there you can use super chat feature on Rumble or premium subscription gift card. And well, let's go for chat itself now, isn't it? And first, I will share with you, dear friends, recommendations that I received today from Christopher. Many members of our community like these recommendations. And for this project, dear friends, let's be real here. These recommendations from Christopher are not just interesting, but also this is a support for the channel, because every single recommendation is through PayPal. So Christopher is donating to the channel with these recommendations. So thank you very much, Christopher, for very significant support for my work and this project of mine. And am I even online? I guess I'm back. Wasn't I offline for a long time, dear friends? I'm online now, but wasn't I offline for a long time, dear friends? Or it was just a couple of minutes? Because um, I mean, I hope I was offline for a couple of minutes only. And well, okay. By the way, let's go for recommendations, right? And then chatter, and one by one I will react on super chats and also on questions or the comments that are directed to me offline for 10 seconds. Oh, thank you very much, Sub Flusher, for letting me know. I was thinking maybe I went offline for, I don't know, man, 5, 10 minutes or something. So, once again, I was thanking Christopher for his support through PayPal and these recommendations. And so, once again, thank you, Christopher. And we have a new recommendations today. Hello, Levaner. Here is the video you might want to watch or share. Andrei Martyanov, their alternative trap or attrition trap, US strategic failures and the Western hegemonic. This video can be seen on YouTube channel Dialogue Works highlights. I know it was like 2 3 days ago. Martyanov was a guest on a Dialogue Works, right? And you know, dear friends, Martyanov is not just very popular commentator on internet, but he's a military expert, actual military expert, uh, something that I never claimed to be, right? Although there are many other people out there that talking about some military stuff, like pretending to be military experts while they're not, man, right? But Martyanov is a military expert, by the way. He has written books about this stuff, right? Military stuff. So he definitely knows what he's talking about. And obviously, it is always interesting to listen to professionals in a field. And it's not just Christopher that recommends, but I recommend too, to take a look at this conversation with Martyanov on Dialogues Works channel and also Dialogue Works highlights channel. Also, Christopher is recommending Douglas McGregor, Putin's controversial speech yet. This video can be seen on Glenn Deason clips. He has 47.7k subs. Well, you're all familiar with the Glenn Distance channel, isn't it? Main channel is massive, by the way. It's hundreds of thousands of subscribers, 400, 500, lot. Big channel. And he does great work, by the way. I see in recommendations, actually, I see in recommendations, actually, this conversation that there was an update on Glenn Distance channel about his dialogue with Douglas McGregor, American military expert, colonel. And I wanted to watch it. I wanted to listen to it, but unfortunately, I had no time for it. I will do it for sure because it's going to be interesting. So thank you very much, Christopher, for reminding me. And what is also interesting, dear friends, lately I noticed that I no longer, for some time, by the way, for several days, maybe even longer than that, I was not seeing recommendations from Alex Christoforous' channel. You know, Christoforous is Duran, from Duran, right? And I'm watching content of Duran, Cristoforo, and Mercuris whenever they are making updates, right? I'm a regular listener, and I did notice, you know how I noticed, because for several days in a row I was doing search for Alex Christoforous' channel. I was literally searching in YouTube because I was thinking, I mean, didn't he had an update today or something? And then when I search for 3-4 days in a row, his updates began appearing again. So last several days, I actually seeing his videos in recommendations, right? His updates. So that's also one way how you can, if you are interested, for example, to see my videos, how you can make sure that my videos will appear in your recommendations. Just search for my channel once or twice, and that might do the job. And I was thinking, by the way, is Christoforous' channel being shadow banned by YouTube or something? Why I had to search for his channel when I'm watching his programs on a regular basis? But you never know, man. This YouTube does some crazy stuff, isn't it? Anyways, third recommendation from Christopher, and Alex Christopher is in US now, isn't it? So and timing has changed significantly of his updates. And their third recommendation is hello everyone, here is the video you might want to watch or share. Ukraine silenced 25 Iskander missiles, destroyed Kiev overnight. This video can be seen on the YouTube channel called KYR Military. KYR Military. So thank you for sharing, Christopher. Dear friends, there was a massive Russian long-range strike on military infrastructure inside the Kiev. It was like day before yesterday, right, or night before yesterday. And so I guess that video on that channel, you can see video of these strikes exactly. Also, there was more recommendations from Christopher. Soviet invasion, Putin gets the. This video can be seen on a YouTube channel called GNF, which has 28.5k subs. GNF, by the way. And come on, man, Putin gets the blame for it? Seriously? This is insane. This is insane, man. I mean, what Putin has to do with this special operation that was conducted by Israel's secret services, US secret services, and Morocco? What Putin has to do with that, man? But yet again, in the West, it's just usual stuff nowadays, isn't it? Everything blame on Russia, and don't worry about it. I guess something similar had happened, so it will be interesting to see on this channel who exactly blamed Russia and in which Western countries. So thank you for sharing, Christopher. Another recommendation: Russia to divert oxygen to India. Oxygen. This video can be seen on YouTube channel GNF Defense. which has 64.63K subs. Oxygen, Russia to divert oxygen to India. Actual oxygen, you mean? Liquefied oxygen. Um, that's quite interesting. That's quite interesting. And oxygen is, of course, dear friends, is a product, isn't it? Oxygen, pure oxygen, is a product used in many fields, in many industries, right? And so maybe it's actually oxygen, literal oxygen, liquefied in a liquefied form that can be shipped anywhere. I didn't know that we were exporting oxygen, by the way, to be honest. This is something new for me. Also, recommendation, Russia's Iskander-M strike on Kiev. This video can be seen on Tapur Updater, big channel, 81.9K, by the way. And well, you see, by the way, Nitish Kumar is commenting right now. GNF is an Indian news outlet. So I didn't know that. So thank you for sharing, and thank you, Christopher, for these recommendations. Although there are more from Christopher. So don't go anywhere, dear friends. We're gonna have a good community chat after these recommendations that can be useful actually for many members of our community. And so another recommendation, Russian MOD lays out military targets behind their overnight Kiev blaster. This video can be seen on YouTube channel called Military Tube Today. Giant channel, 139K subs. Thank you for sharing. Also another one, American asks Russians, are you scared of Ukraine? Oh, come on, man. I can imagine the answers. On Moscow streets, is Russia out of gas? This video can be seen on YouTube channel Expat American. I'm subscribed to this channel actually, 89.2K. So thank you, Christopher, for sharing. And there are many members of our community probably will take a look at the video. You will see about people that been interviewed randomly by Expat. Think about either Ukraine or whatever, gas crisis. And another recommendation, intense battle, panic mercenaries attacked by Russia. Panicked mercenaries being attacked by Russia. This video can be seen on YouTube channel called Military Updater. Thank you once again, Christopher, for sharing. And there are two more recommendations from Christopher. And these recommendations are, Russians found their mercenaries, but one Brazilian soldier among them is missing. Video can be seen on YouTube channel called Murat San. Giant channel also, 274K subs. And well, unfortunately, there are a lot of Brazilians, by the way, a lot of Brazilians, Colombians and Brazilians, a lot of them that are fighting alongside Ukrainian fascists and the Nazis, which makes no sense, man. What we have done against either Colombia or Brasilia, man. Brasilia formally is our friend and ally through BRICS, right? And so many Brazilians are joining to fight against Russia. I mean, why? I mean, don't they have any other way to make money? They're gonna die, man. They're not get no freaking money. They're all gonna die. What the hell are they doing, man? And if they think, they might survive, if they think, well, they will participate in this war against Russian people for several months and then run away. No, man. Russian security services will trace them in whichever country they're going to run and will eliminate them. These idiots have to understand, man, that they are mercenaries. They have no rights. They sign up to kill people for money. They lose any rights. And Russian security services, or let's say Russian PMCs, right? let's say Russian PMCs, all the security services will conduct investigations and will trace them back 100% to bring to the justice. But also Russian PMCs will hunt them down, man. They cannot even hide even in Antarctica. What these idiots are doing, man. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, man. And another recommendation from Christopher. Hello, everyone. Here is the video you might like to watch. Fire engulfs F-35, down there F-35B, the latest US fighter jet. This video can be seen on YouTube channel called Military Tube Today. And dear friends, this US F-35B crashed due to some malfunction in California, isn't it? San Diego area, like day before yesterday, that was, isn't it? I reported in my programs, by the way, about this situation. And now you can see video itself on Military Tube channel, on Military Tube Today channel. And when it comes to F-35 plane itself, you know what I think about it. Over-engineered garbage. You know, separator, I mean, some people maybe don't understand what I mean by this. Of course, certain components in F-35 are extremely advanced, right? On top of the game, 100%. But plane itself, airframe, is a ugly as hell, man. Airframe. It's one of the ugliest planes ever created, and ugliest fifth gen plane for sure. I mean, there is not even competition there. F-35 stands alone in that category. But point is that yes, there are many advanced features in these F-35 planes, but there are too many of those advanced features simultaneously, and always something goes wrong, always. And this is a traditional way how US and Western military-industrial complex operates, isn't it? They put too much stuff in a weapon so that they will make money not just on the sale, but also on the maintenance of this tremendous number of features, right? That may not be that necessary for this particular weapon system. And that's why F-35, only like 20-25, maximum 30% of F-35s actually are capable of joining combat operation at any given point throughout the world, not just in US, but throughout the world. These are just bad planes, man, bad planes. A lot of super features, a lot of advanced features, but overall, plane is garbage, right? And extremely expensive. That's what it is, man. But well, Lockheed Martin did made how much? As of now, this F-35 program, for this F-35 program, US taxpayers paid like 1.5, $2 trillion. Can you imagine, man? US country that is drowning in debt is spending on this garbage program 1.5 trillion, and gonna spend another 1.5 trillion in next 2 decades on maintenance of this stuff. That's quite something, isn't it? Anyways, dear friends, let's thank you very much, Christopher, once again for sharing their recommendations with us, members of our community who wants to see that F-35 burning. Well, they will definitely check that channel out, and there were many other interesting recommendations. So thank you very much for that, and let's continue now with the super chats. And am I even online? Let's continue with the super chats. And well, I will start with this one. So super chat from Scooby. Thank you very much, Scooby, for your super chat. And super chat says, crazy that financialize their economies can only wage war on weekends when markets are closed. I mean, you are on point, isn't it? Thank you very much for this, cool observation. That it is surely something remarkable, isn't it? That as you said, hyper financialized economies like US is uh, operates this way. When Trump escalates, how many times it was when Trump escalates late Friday by Washington time, right? When markets are closed, and ends escalation on Sunday, late Sunday, so that on Monday markets will open, right? It's insane. It's insane. This is crazy. But yes, that's exactly what is going on. So thank you for your observation, super chat, and the donation. Thank you, Scooby. Also, another super chat, dear friends. But before I will get to super chat, let me do like this, man. Actually, I think this will do better. Now, what's going on, man? Sorry, dear friends, I have to screenshot everything. And what I will do, I will screenshot several at once so that so Viper, thank you very much for your premium subscription gift card. There was at least two premium subscription gift cards from Viper, which is each such a gift card is a $5 donation on Rumble. So thank you very much, Viper, for your support. And the Viper, together with a number of other members of our community, are basically sponsors. One might argue of this project. They are always supporting. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And Wayward also commenting, and thank you, Wayward, for your super chats and the donations. Wayward is commenting. Narco Rubio was talking on Fox News. He said in a few weeks, the US would re-engage with Russia on diplomacy. No doubt, sir. Their drone strikes on Russia are part of US diplomacy. Yes, so-called diplomacy of US, 100%. 100%. Of course, US ruling class will try to put maximum pressure on the Russian Federation to force Moscow to agree on demands that Western ruling class would love to see implemented, right? We will see what is going to happen there. Yet again, it's not just about what Western ruling class will demand from Moscow, but it is also, we should also keep in mind that Moscow have to sell this to public, right? So I think there is certain limits on what Putin can agree, and there are certain stuff on which Putin cannot agree ever because he would not be able to sell it, right, to the public. So therefore, yes, Western ruling class will try to put maximum pressure on Russia with long-range drone strikes, missile strikes, terrorist attacks, like one that happened yesterday, for example, in Moscow. But I don't think they will gain much with this terrorist activity, with this approach, because yet again, I think I personally think Putin is already on a trajectory or inclined to agree on a political solution, on a temporary solution, right? Even though before many Russian officials were saying that, well, root causes have to be addressed and this and that, demilitarization, denazification. But now I think Putin will agree on a temporary solution because, only other option he has is to restore the terror with the collective West, and he's not going to do that. So if not restoring the terror with the West, with the collective West, then your only option you have is to agree on some temporary solution because you're not going to be able to demilitarize the entire West. It's just not possible, technically not possible, right, to demilitarize the entire West. And therefore, Kiev regime, there will be always people in Ukraine that can be forcefully mobilized, and there always will be weapons that West will bring in Ukraine for these forcefully mobilized people, right? So we're not going to be engaged in this war for another, I don't know, 5, 10, 15, 20 years, isn't it? It makes no sense. So therefore, from two possible choices that Putin has, one is to restore the terror with the collective West, another one is to seek some temporary solution as a sort of a break or something. Putin is moving towards that second one, right? Towards temporary solution. But yet again, if Western ruling class, out of its insanity, will come up with their ultimatums, right? We come up with some demands that will never fly in Russia under no circumstances, then what Western ruling class will do is that they will force Putin, they will corner Putin and will force him to go for the terrain to be restored with the West. But out of their freaking stupidity, Western ruling class might actually force Putin to do it. We will see. We will see. Thank you for sharing, Wayward. And also another comment from Wayward. There is absolutely zero excuse as to why Putin still allows these NATO spy planes to still patrol near Russia, not when everyone knows they are attacking Russia with the drones. And well, I agree with you. I agree with you, and I think vast majority of society, if not vast majority of society here in Russia will agree with you, and I think majority of humanity will agree with you because that's how it is, you know. There is no reason to tolerate this hostile activity of the NATO countries. We know what these spy planes are doing, or spy drones. We all know this, and you know, with the exception of few instances, Russian militaries never get no green light to take any action. You know, but that's where we are. Also, dear friends, let me highlight another super chats from Wayward and Scooby. So once again, thank you very much, Wayward and Scooby, for your super chats and the donations through Rumble. And Wayward super chatter is leave it to Vladimir Putin to turn winning hand into a losing one. Why in God's name is Putin even thinking about agreement with the West? They will break any deal signed with him. Minsk 1, Minsk 2. And yet again, I mean, you are on point. I mean, is there anything that I can add, really, Wayward? You know, once I said in the past in one of my programs that maybe Putin and his inner circle are attempting to maintain some bridges with their Western ruling class, with the collective West, because they don't want to be left alone with China. They don't want Russia to be like left alone with China, and they want her to be able to use West at some point in the future when this war will one way or another end as a sort of a counterbalance. Um, in some ways, that will make sense, right? Because it's not just Russia, but every country like tries to understand how to deal with China, right? With this new mega economical powerhouse, right? And every country is a bit paranoid. Um, but this is, I mean, this well might be their like sort of my attempt to understand like logic behind their Putin's moves. Maybe in reality his reasoning is very different, right? I just don't know what he's doing and why. I mean, I honestly don't, man. And that's why if I try to somehow explain his policies, then of course I can come up with certain ideas, like one that I just said, but it all might not be the case. Maybe a real reasoning behind Putin's policies is something far different. Who knows? Honestly, man. And as you said, why on earth would anybody, either in Moscow or elsewhere in this world, would they ever think that they can have an agreement with their collective West, which will not be broken by very same West? I mean, how many examples we have to have of such a stuff? But you know, uh, I don't know, man. I honestly don't. People in power, when people are in position of power for a short time, relatively short time, they began behaving in strange ways. And when people are in a position of power for a long time, as Putin is, well, they began behaving in ways that are very many people struggles to understand. That's how power impacts, I guess, mindset of their people, right? I don't know. I don't. But there must be something, isn't it? Must be something because, as many people will agree, this restraint policy never made no sense, right? On initial stage, it's okay. There was an argument that someone has to be adult in a room, but you see, I mean, Western elites took this restraint policy as a weakness of Russia and escalate to the level when they are orchestrating terrorist attacks on Russian high-ranking officials in its central Moscow, and are bombing Russian Federation with these long-range drones and missiles literally on daily basis. That's how far they went. And so now this argument that someone has to be adult does not really work, because it is clear that restraint was a mistake from the beginning, because that emboldened Western ruling class to go this far, right? But this is my logic. This is your logic of, I guess, majority at least of our community and majority of humanity, but not the logic of a Kremlin, because, yeah, for whatever reason, they still continue maintain this restraint policy, isn't it? Why? I have no idea. Also, thank you, Wayward, for sharing, and thank you, Scooby, for second your super chat and $2 donation. And Scooby is commenting: modern economics thrive on specialization and the trade. Russia relies on imports or chips, software, pharmaceutical, seeds, and more. Does Russia have a scale and does Russia have a scale and a population for its self-sufficiency? Russia definitely has the skills, for sure. I mean, no questions about it. We definitely have skills, and uh, we need more people. We need more people, and we will have more people, by the way. I think from Europe in next 20, 30 years, at least several dozen of million people will move to Russia. I think in next 20, 30 years, um, maybe 20, maybe 30, maybe 40 million people will move from. It sounds crazy right now. I know, Scooby. You might say, I mean, come on, around 20 million, 30. What are we talking about? But I think this is realistic, given the trajectory of the Europe or the collective West, generally speaking. I think it is realistic that in next 2, 3 decades, 20, 30, maybe more million people will migrate from West to Russia, right? So that will help us with the demography a bit. Also, I think our government will have every incentive and has every incentive to come up with more ideas how to incentivize a young generation, right? To create families and to have more and more babies. So hopefully that will have an impact also, positive impact also, and maybe towards end of this century, a Russian population will reach I don't know 200 million, 200 plus million, right? And it's still like much less than necessary, right, for sustainability, for long-standing sustainability. But that will be right trajectory. That will be right trajectory at least, right? So we have skills. We need more people for sure, right? And when it comes to technological level, um, well, there is certain fields in which we are on top of the game, right? After all, Scooby, you tell me, I mean, country that is leads the field when it comes to building nuclear power plants, by the way, right? This country cannot be backwards in technological terms, right? Because nuclear power plants are extremely technological stuff, right? Probably one of the most complicated engineering achievements of humanity. Correct? So if we can not just build these nuclear power plants, but be number one in this field, then we can have any level of achievements in any other fields, right? Only question is the level of investments. And we are behind, let's say, China or the Western world in terms of chip manufacturing, only because of the lack of small market that we have. We're not going to be able to compete with our chips with either Western manufacturers, Western companies that are producing their chips in Taiwan or God knows where else. We're not going to be able to compete with China also, because they have very different markets. In order to be able to produce chips, right, our own chips in a necessary scale, we have to invest, right? And these investments will never come back. So only state can afford this to do. Private business will never do that, right? So therefore, you see, state. That's why I think we have to change our economical model in Russia, right? There is certain fields in which private sector should not exist. I'm a strong believer in that there is a certain segments of economy which should be state run completely, like pharmacy, like healthcare, right? Like energy sector, and natural resources. Obviously, all natural resources should be state run should be people's, not some private companies, right? And same goes for, and if we will have such economical system, then we will invest in chip manufacturing while knowing perfectly well that well, we never gonna bring this money back, right? But we will have a chips. We will be competitive on a global scale, right? This is investments in the future. But right now, this is not going to happen because we have a wilder capitalism system, man, with some elements of social justice, some elements of social. Russia is still considered by many to have a socialist system, right? But that's a politically speaking. In terms of actual economy, it's a wild freaking capitalism, man, that destroys Russia. Actually, if you ask me, wild capitalism is never good, man. Take a look at the West. What happened to the West when their small and medium businesses are dying down, right? And their giant corporations are eating up everything, literally everything. And eventually there is no competition because there is this monopolies, right? That divided between each other whole freaking market. So we're gonna do okay, man. We're gonna do okay. We all we need is some adjustments, right? In a demographical field, in economical field, and we will do just good, right? Just fine. And I'm quite sure, given realities in the West, that they're gonna be tsunami of the people that will love to come to Russia. I mean, I don't, maybe we will live, by the way. Hopefully, we all will live another 20, 30 years, and we will see what I'm saying becoming reality when literally tens of millions of people are migrating to Russia from Europe. Inevitable, absolutely inevitable, man. I think, right? Nidish is commenting earlier on, pharmacy can be private as well in manufacturing, but not in patents and research, and also make multiple government research institutes don't allow monopolies to form production. Yeah, you can allocate production. I see what you mean, Nidish. You can allocate production of the medicine itself to private company. Makes sense, okay. But research and development, everything has to be state controlled, because if you allow private sector to go in this field of drugs, you're gonna end up having a situation that happened during the pandemic in the West, when people were receiving shots of untested freaking vaccines. How that was possible? Because of the lobbies, right? Because of these pharmaceutical companies were bribing politicians left and right and forcing basically their drugs, untested drugs, on people. And who knows how many people died as a result of these freaking untested drugs, so-called vaccines. How many died, man? So definitely it should be research and development should be absolutely state controlled, to make sure that people's interests gonna be first and foremost, and not their money interests. Also, dear friends, let's continue with super chats, and then I will join big chat also. Of course, let's have a chat. By the way, it's a Sunday, so if you have a time, let's talk about anything really. After all, it's a bigger traditional Sunday community chat, isn't it? So let me share now other super chats from Rumble. Thank you very much, Wayward, for another super chat and the donations through the super chats on Rumble. And Wayward is commenting, Putin can bring their pain to Trump. He can help Iran strike all those U.S. assets in the Middle East. Trump has a weakness. It's called Israel, but Putin needs to grow pair first. And you know what? I don't know about Putin. I don't know about his personal involvement in the process. You know, Trump says a couple of times that he asked Putin directly if Russia is supporting Iran, and Putin tell him no. I don't know what Putin meant in that no, and I don't know if Trump even asked ever Putin anything about it. But because Russia and Iran have a strategical partnership, I think it is not even necessary for Russian state institutions to ask permission Putin to assist Iran. We are strategical partners. We have agreements in place, right? That includes cooperation between state institutions. So it well might be that number of Russian state institutions are providing assistance, including intelligence to Iran, without asking for additional green lights from the Kremlin, because we are strategical partners already, right? We have agreements in place, so we are cooperating. Iran shares their intelligence with us. We share intelligence with Iran. Relevant intelligence, not all of it, obviously, but relevant one. That's how it works, isn't it? So that's what I think about it. It well might be that we are actually assisting Iran to be able to defend itself well enough, and they clearly are defending themselves quite effectively. So definitely Putin has tools in his hands, 100%. Also, we were commenting, Ben Gvir was bragging on X about the Moroccan migrants invading Spain. I have no doubt who was behind this well-organized invasion. And yeah, I'm on the same page, where it was clearly well-organized, more or less well-organized special op of Israeli Mossad, US CIA, 100%, and Moroccan security services. Right? There's just too many actually confirmations, direct even confirmations when these thousands of migrants were bring in to the border with their Spanish exclave on the freaking trucks. It was organized, right? It was organized. So definitely you have a point. And at this point, I think everybody or most of the people thinks same way, that this is not a random development. This is clearly well-organized provocation, behind which you can see Israel, US, and Morocco itself. And by the way, US and Morocco are becoming military allies, also something to keep in mind, and something that makes Algiers quite nervous, I think. Also, dear friends, let me dear friends, continue. There is more super chats. And also there was more super chats. Let me just make screenshots of it, dear friends. The super chats from Scooby, new super chats from Scooby, new super chats from Wayward, and also premium subscription gift card, another one from Viper, which is a $5 donation to this project. So thank you all, dear friends, for your support. Let's make this screenshot also. I just want to make all these screenshots, dear friends, because yesterday, you see, while I was busy with the news segment on Rumble, screenshots just disappear because after some time, new comments are added, and their old ones disappear. So just to stay on the safe side, I want to make screenshots with. Just a sec. Okay, I copied all of it that I can see as of now, and so let's continue. Let's continue with the super chats. So this is Am I back? I mean, this connection is something else, man. Hopefully, I'm back. So let's continue, dear friends. I'm back. Thank you, Smoky Sally. Thank you, and let's continue our community chat. And I will highlight, if I may, there was a donation through PayPal, dear friends. Let me highlight this one too. There was a $20 donation from Patrick. Thank you very much, Patrick, for your $20 donation through PayPal. And commentary, you and your family stay safe. You are doing great job. Thank you very much, Patrick, for your kind words and support and attention for your donation. Thank you. And also, there is another recommendation from Christopher. Thank you very much, Christopher, for donation and another recommendation. And this recommendation says, Lemon, here is their podcast that you might like to listen or share. ABC News blame Ozzy Kozak for the rise of Russian influence in Australia. This podcast can be seen on YouTube channel called Ozzy Kozak, 6.95 thousand subs. Well, some members of our community may not be familiar with the Ozzy Kozak. He is an Australian of Russian descent, I believe, pro-Russian commentator. I will say objective commentator. By the way, nowadays when you are objective, you've been seen to be pro-Russian, isn't it? In the Western world, if you dare to question, policies of the Western ruling class, these insane policies, you're gonna be labeled straight away as a Putin's apologist or Putin's agent or Russian agent or something like that, which is crazy, isn't it? When it comes to Ozzy Kozak, I think he has done tremendous work in terms of bringing closer Russians and Australians, right? Because, I mean, objectively speaking, dear friends, I mean, can you tell me at least one reason why should Russian citizens and Australian citizens not be friendly to each other? Why should not we be friendly, man? Why should we be hostile towards each other? What we have done against each other? Australia, unfortunately, Australian government did wrong, send money, send weapons to Ukrainian Nazis and the fascists. That's unfortunate, but that's a regime, right? That's the globalist control regime in Australia. When it comes to people-to-people relationships, there is not a single reason why we should be hostile to each other, right? So Ozzy Kozak, actually, I believe, yes, ABC has a point then, right? Then that yes, Ozzy Kozak play positive role, 100% positive role to bring closer Australian people and Russian people, and that's a good thing, man. And that's a great achievement. If a person can bring a single brick into friendship of peoples, and that's a great achievement, I will say, right? So Ozzy Kozak should be proud of himself, right? He's doing great work, and I believe he's still in the Russian embassy, by the way. He cannot leave Russian embassy because he's kind of in a situation in which Julius Assange was, right? He's trapped in an embassy, and the Australian regime wants to prosecute him. And then very same Australian regime for nothing, for no reason at all, right? And then same because they don't like takes of Ozzy Kozak, and then very same Australian regime will talk about freedom of speech and expression and so on, right? That's why, man, this Western so-called elites, ruling class is totally fake, man, totally, 100%. So thank you, Christopher, for sharing. Many members of our community maybe learned first time, maybe, about Ozzy Kozak and his channel, and he's doing great job, by the way. So thank you for the recommendation, and many thanks to Patrick, obviously, for very kind words and support. Thank you. And let's continue, dear friends, with the community chat. And now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna um, look. I'll go one by one, right? Hopefully, I would not miss no. Hopefully, I would not miss no super chat. So um, I think I did not highlight this ones. Let me check. Internet is too bad, man. Internet, unfortunately, is too bad. And thank you very much, Wayward, for another super chats from you. And Wayward and the donation, and Wayward is commenting. Elizabeth is the US-based Georgian reporter. She says she found out Ukrainian company paying influencers on YouTube 10K to support Ukrainian propaganda plus 40K in other revenue. NATO has uh, reporters. And yes, I actually have spoken with Elizabeth. I believe I have spoken with her several years ago. We have even were planning to make like video together, conversation, right? And it did not work out, unfortunately. I was not quite sure. Really, I was a beginner in this field at that moment, and I did not know what was going on. And once when we agreed on the interview, when in that time interview did not happen, then I kind of distanced myself. Uh, but I have spoken to her for a few hours. Actually, we went through many topics. By the way, I remember, if we are talking about same person, and she's definitely intelligent individual, uh, I hope she's successful. I mean, she had her channel, right? She had her YouTube channel. She was working on some projects, and I hope she has success in her field. And I mean, I have no reason to doubt her report that yes, the regime and the Western ruling class through different tools are financing uh, all sorts of bloggers and have those bloggers on a payroll, right, to push anti-Russian narrative, pro-Ukrainian narrative, and whatever else they want. And latest example, although much more expensive one, was this Laura Loomer's trip to Ukraine. Whole internet is laughing now at Laura Loomer. And Anatoly Shary, by the way, this Ukrainian journalist in exile, reported that she got $2 million allegedly. I don't know from where Anatoly Shary has this information, but he's quite often has quite accurate insights, and maybe that's exactly what happened. Thank you, regime paid Laura Loomer $2 million in cash or through crypto or other ways. That's a different story, but yeah, that's the amount of money that Anatoly Shary spoke about. And he also mentioned Team Pool. You know Team Pool, isn't it, dear friends? Many of you are familiar with the Team Pool. He has massive platform, and allegedly he got about $500,000 because he refused to go to Ukraine. If he would go to Ukraine and do propaganda, pro-Ukrainian propaganda from Ukraine, then he will get probably also 2 million or maybe more, because I think Tim Pool has bigger platform than this Laura Loomer. I don't even know what channels Laura Loomer has. Never watched her, never listened to her. I'm never gonna do this, right? I just know from other commentators that she's some psychopathic commentator on the ultra right side of the aisle, if I may say this way, Zionist on ultra Zionist side of the aisle, let's say, right? And that's all. So Elizabeth definitely has a point, and well, I wonder if we can do interview now, man. I have to. I think I'm subscribed to her channel. Um, maybe. I don't know. So thank you for sharing, Wayward. Thank you. And it is unfortunate that that interview, like 3, 4 years ago now, didn't work out. But anyways, things happened, isn't it? No hard feelings. So another commenter from Wayward, UK, through its foreign office, is funding think tanks, online trolls, bot farms, journalists, politicians, you name it. This was part of Tucker Carlson interview. And thank you for sharing, Wayward. And I have no doubts that this is the case. I myself personally experienced what happens when a system wants to shut you down and take your voice. I was in Georgia, by the way, and all the systems that are used now in the West were tested in other countries where West had their proxy regimes, right? In Georgia, for example. And there was times when I had a news agency, right? I was leading the news agency. Then war happened in 2008, and I told to my journalists to report, to do real journalism, right? And if they have a fear that this news or that news might cause trouble, I told them, put my name on it, right? Just put my name on it. I'll deal with the consequences. But you report to the people real news, right? So that people will know better and will act better, right? And this was, of course, something that regime did not like. Saakashvili was president of Georgia at the time. I ended up in a conflict with the regime, and eventually I had to shut down my agency because there was no chance, by the way, right? There was no chance to survive when the entire system is against you. And you know what I noticed? When my agency was still operational, there was a lot of DDoS attacks, by the way, right? And attempts to influence their policy or the reduction that was strictly oriented on the freedom of speech, on a professional take. But that was one thing. That was expected, right? Regime is retaliating. But when I shut down the agency, this pressure didn't stop. It was an entire freaking system. Once they start working against you, they never stop. They literally never stop. And you know what I noticed? I was participating. I was writing time to time for some publications, but same time I was quite active in the social media. And there was one big forum, by the way, in Georgia, very popular. Maybe still is very popular. I don't know. I have not been on that forum for years now. But it was very popular, and I gained voice quite rapidly on that platform. It was called the Tbilisi Forum, Forum of Tbilisi, right? And the most popular social media, basically, our social platform at the time, and possibly now too. And so I gained voice quite rapidly there. And you know what happened? Moment I was posting something, simultaneously, in matter of 5-10 minutes, by the way, some, I don't know, man, certain number of individuals will start attacking me and attacking my poster. They were trying to divert the subject of the discussion from topic of the post towards something else, towards personal. It was personal attacks, threats, all that kind of stuff. And you know what? Obviously, at some point I started thinking that, I mean, this could not be random, right? because this happens practically every time. So something is going on. But same time, I was struggling to understand what exactly, because I no longer had a media outlet, right? My news agency was shut down by the time, and I personally was no longer a threat. Yes, I gained some voice in alternative media, in field of social media, but still, man, it was just one voice. But system does not care. Once system starts working against you, they will try to destroy you, right? Until they will succeed, they're not gonna stop. Only way you're gonna survive from system is to either destroy that freaking system or just run away. Unfortunately, that's the reaction, right? And at some point, by the way, threats and all that stuff become overwhelming. I find myself in a situation when I wanted, together with family, to move somewhere. Before we will move, I will go to car alone. By the way, that's it will get to you, right? All these threats and all that stuff. I was moving first. Then I was opening car. Well, no explosion. I was taking a seater on engine writer. No explosion. Okay, I was then moving car forward and backward to make sure that nothing gonna happen, right? And only then my family members were allowed to take a seat. And that was a level of paranoia. Maybe that was not even paranoia. That was necessary cautiousness on my behalf. But at some point, these numerous threats, by the way, when my home address was published online and their calls were published, go and kill them, this is their enemy, and do this and do that. It was horrible, right? Horrible experience. But anyways, eventually I took my family away, right? We moved away from a regime-controlled territory and ended up in Russia eventually. But and only after that, only when we were already in Russia, by the way, and when regime change happened in Georgia and the current ruling party became in power, information was released that there were actually bot farms, by the way, in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, in security services, and staff members, by the way, of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and security services were personally involved in online bullying, by the way, and the online terror of the people. There were cases when they were attacking people in real life and killing people in real life. And there were instances when they were organizing massive hunt on the people online. And that I did find out only after regime change happened in Georgia, when Saakashvili was removed finally by Georgian Dream. So you are absolutely correct. UK is doing in UK government is doing in UK right now what they have tested in Georgia and other countries that they control, right? This is nothing new. They know perfectly well what works, what does not work, right? And I guess they are much more effective now than Saakashvili's regime was. That's what is going on. So you are absolutely on point, Weber. Home Office, British Home Office, and the MI6 probably have paid staff members that are engaged in an online terror campaign. I have no doubts about it. 100%. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. And let's continue, dear friends. Let me continue with this super chat. Let's continue with this super chat. Scooby is commenting. Thank you very much, Scooby, for your another super chatter on Rumble and their $2 donation. And Scooby is commenting, Elon Musk just another or rentier who takes government subsidy and pays smarter people to make money for him. And yes, I mean, in many ways, that's the case, isn't it? Because I guess most of money that his company makes come from government. One of the biggest customers of SpaceX, one of the biggest customers of Starlink, and their IT capabilities of Elon Musk companies, biggest customers are what? State institutions, isn't it? So he got billions and billions and billions from the state. And let's remember, maybe it is not case now, but during the early administrations, Tesla had the preferences, isn't it? Tesla, his company, also had the preferences to push electronic vehicles on the market. So I would not say, obviously, Elon Musk is not stupid individual. He is definitely very capable, clever individual. But as it was the case with many other famous or infamous CEOs, mostly they are taking knowledge of others, right, and converting that knowledge into profit. So they are kind of good managers, maybe. But unlike many other CEOs, by the way, Elon Musk is a mass murderer. Elon Musk is a mass murderer because his companies are directly involved in the mass killing of the people. Today alone, I reported about number of civilians that were killed and wounded on Russian territory as a result of long-range attacks conducted by NATO member states and their Ukrainian proxies. And you think they use internet from which company to navigate, operate with the drones? They use Starlink. And Elon Musk knows this. He knows that his internet is used to kill people. And he did not turn off. He did not shut down this tool that NATO and the Ukrainian Nazis used against Russia. So he is a mass murderer, in my personal opinion. Some time ago, before special military operation, and especially before it has become so clear that Starlink is disinvolved in the war, I might not have a negative attitude towards Elon Musk necessarily, but now, I mean, I cannot say anything positive about it, man, about him. Just scumbag, really, mass murderer, and also, as you say, another rentier, right, that takes government subsidies and pays smarter people to make money for him. That's a quite precise definition. Thank you for sharing, Scooby. And also another super chatter from Scooby. I already highlighted this, sir. Sorry. So this one then. It's the same. I copied, I guess, several times, one super chat. So another one from Scooby. Thank you very much, Scooby, for your super chat and donation. And Scooby is commenting, will we finally see the end of linear gains and some increasing returns for Russia going forward now? If not, it's a long way to go. Are you talking about financial market or are you talking about confrontation? if you are talking about a confrontation, this war that basically Western ruling class is waging against Russia, I mean, if not Western involvement, this war would end a long time ago. We all know that, isn't it, sir? This conflict only continues because West wants to wage this war against Russia while sacrificing Ukraine and citizens of Ukraine. And so when it comes to a battlefield, yet again, I mean, there are a lot of people left in Ukraine that can be forcefully mobilized, and Western ruling class still has a lot of weapons. Western ruling class still has a lot of weapons, right? To send it to this forcefully mobilized. So therefore, potentially this war, if there is no deterrent with the collective West and no some sort of temporary agreement, let's say, to freeze the conflict right now, then theoretically speaking, this conflict might continue for, I don't know, another 5-10 years, easy, right? Because yet again, this Kyiv regime is standing not because of its own strength. Kyiv regime is standing because of the strength of the West. And the West is far away from being weak or unable to stand, right? Or unable to produce weapons or finance this war. They are far away from that point. So therefore, and that's why I said, actually, while commenting on the future of this conflict, that's why I said that if Russian leadership don't intends to restore deterrent with the collective West, because that would require retaliatory strikes on NATO member states that are engaged in a war with Russia, then only option I think Kremlin will have is to seek some sort of temporary solution, right? Because I don't think they want to wage this war. I don't think Putin still has energy, by the way, to wage Putin personally. I don't think he still has energy, psychological energy, included to wage this war for another 5 years. And so, I think there is a probability that before parliamentary elections here in Russia, some sort of Minsk Treaty will be agreed. Because right now, despite her optimism, I mean, I'm surprised that some commentators are that optimistic that, well, Putin has changed his restraint policy and he's taking off gloves and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, what, are we living in the same world? Where do you see Putin taking off the gloves, man? What are you talking about? This maritime blockade on Kyiv regime that's supposed to, that should be done like in 2022. That's what you are talking about? Is that taking off the gloves? And okay, we established maritime blockade. What then? What is next? Is Kyiv regime going to collapse now? No, it's not going to collapse. It would not be able to receive as much weapons and munition from the sea. Okay, they will receive it from ground crossings, from Romania and Poland. Okay, they would not be able to export whatever they are exporting from the sea. They will send it into Europe and will export from Europe. Either way, Europeans will give them money. Western ruling class will give them money anyways, right, to finance this war. So only way to end this war rapidly with their unconditional victory of Russia is to restore deterrent with the collective West, to force collective West, basically, through strikes or through whatever means, to force Western world to get out of this war, right? And then, once Kyiv regime is left alone, we can deal with it in literally a few months' time. And that's when actual demilitarization and denazification will happen on territories that will eventually join Russian Federation. Western Ukraine is a whole different story. Let the Poles, Hungarians, and Romanians deal with it and their NATO allies, right? Let the Western Ukraine be in their headache, not ours. So, unfortunately, there is no, I see no indicator that we are restoring deterrence. So, therefore, only option there is left for the Kremlin is to agree on a temporary solution if they don't want this war to continue for, for eternity. So I don't really expect any like arrow type of offensives from Russian side in the current situation, because there is no grounds for that. If anything, I expect some sort of a Minsk agreement to be signed and their conflict to be frozen for the time being. And that's exactly what is going to happen, by the way. I mean, let's be real, right? Right now, I think I'm only one, isn't it? That is maybe not only one, but tell me if anyone else is saying the same among commentators. Somehow, quite often I am the one that starts talking about certain stuff, and after some time, many others do the same. Isn't it? I'm noticing this kind of stuff, man. That I start reading the picture in a certain way and sharing their opinion with you, their community, and then after some time, some other channels are coming along too. And this is not going to be exception, man. We are heading towards some sort of a freezing of the conflict. Call it whatever you want. Minsk 3, Minsk 4, Andromeda Galaxy. Why am I mentioning Andromeda Galaxy this often, man? What the hell? So thank you for sharing, Scooby. Thank you for sharing and for your donation. And there are also more super chats, dear friends. Super chat from Wayward. At what point does the adult in a room take out his belt and smack the kids? People keep arguing if Putin strikes the West, is World War III. My argument, no, it won't. The elites in the West are not suicidal. And this is my argument also, that we're not going to end up in all-out nuclear war if Russian militaries and security services receive green light to restore deterrent with the collective West, because neither Russian leadership is suicidal, neither leadership of Western countries or the globalists for that matter. They might act crazy, but there are no crazies there among actual decision makers. They are very pragmatic, cold-blooded elements, right? And once they see that they reach the point when they can no longer move forward without pain, they will back down, they will backtrack. And the only way we can do this, we can force them to back down, is to strike. Unfortunately, this is tragic. Some people might think Levin wants Russia to wage war against Europe. No, man, I hate the war. I don't want it. But I understand right now situation is so bad due to this extremely aggressive policies of the Western world and level of insanity on their behalf in the terms of how emboldened they are, that only way we can bring them to the senses is to strike back, to restore deterrent, because messages, warnings are not working, right? Are just not working. So, I agree with you. Restoring deterrent does not mean ultimately to go into all-out war. Not at all. Actually, this will fast-track end of this conflict. So thank you for sharing. And Another super chat, dear friends. Technological independence is a national security risk. No major power can afford to depend on anyone for technology. That is an area Russia is lagging behind or risk being at the mercy. And yes, this is certainly true, at least in many areas of this life. And that's why we need to change our economical system. Without changes, fundamental changes in economical system that we have now, which is a wild capitalism, I don't think we're going to be in a position to compete with the major technological powers out there, because yet again, unfortunately, we don't have basis in terms of market, right, to develop certain fields based on purely economical processes. So state has to get involved. But now state will not do this. And also there is an issue of corruption. We have to deal with the corruption, by the way, because you think there was no attempt to do something like I am proposing to invest on the state level into high tech, into chip manufacturing and everything else. There was attempts, by the way. Rosnano was created. And you know who was put in charge of Rosnano? Chubais. This is unbelievable, man. Russian President Putin put Chubais in charge of Rosnano. It was a very strange move, to say the least, right? Very strange move. Chubais is a person who was basically leading the charge of robbing the Russian people after Soviet Union collapsed. And he ran from Russia, by the way. When special military operation started, shortly after he ran away from Russia, and now he lives somewhere in Israel or something. And there is a criminal cases against him, open criminal cases against him for fraud on billions and billions, right? And so there was this Rosnano was created. A lot of taxpayers' money was poured into this Rosnano corporation that's supposed to elevate high-tech production, innovations here in Russia. Chubais was put in charge, and you guess what Chubais did, man? Stole the money and then disappeared when things heated up, right? So therefore, I mean, I don't know what was the motivation of the Putin to agree on that Chubais would be head of Rosnano, but what I do know, we have to deal with if we want to succeed as a country, as a society, we have to deal with the corruption. First and foremost, we have to designate corruption as a treason. We have to judge corrupt officials as a prisoners, right, of the people, traitors of the people, and punishment has to be equivalent, right? And once we will manage to at least significantly get rid of this disease from their society and their state institutions that corruption is, then we can actually start working on the changes of the system itself. Because as long as corruption is as influential as it is in terms of its its reach, nothing gonna work. Literally, barely anything will work, isn't it? So that's how it is. First, we have to deal with the corruption and corrupt officials, and then we can try at least to change the system and attempt to maintain technological independence, which is absolutely necessary for sovereignty of the country. If we want to be truly independent, we have to be technologically independent. It's you are completely correct, 100% there, isn't it? So thank you very much. And there was another super chat. Let me highlight this, dear friends. And another one. And let's continue the friends. You see, I spotted a question on the commentary here. Smoky Cell is commenting and disagree. Levan, our elites and the leaders in the West are very crazy, extra stupid. Maybe they are crazy in many ways, but are they suicidal really? I think they will have this instinct of self-preservation left in them, right? And if it comes to self-preservation, they will probably act in interest of saving themselves. Right now, they are acting tough just because you know they can do whatever they want with total impunity. But as long as this impunity will disappear and they will see that for every their action there are going to be consequences, I think they will start behaving very differently. We will never find out until we will try to bring them to their senses, isn't it? We have to try it. And also, Wayward, this is continuation, I think, of previous comment. If we are not technologically independent, then we might end up at mercy of China. AI is another area I don't hear much from Russia. There is plenty of room for growth, and well, there are a lot of talks about AI here in Russia. Wayward, actually, I don't know, is it a talking point of officials or something else is going on? But they all, many of them love to talk about AI in regards to everything, right? Sometimes it might be appropriate, sometimes not really in place to raise the topic of AI or something, but there are a lot of talks about it. There is a clearly prospect. Definitely, there is a potential here in Russia in terms of AI. We have a lot of energy, unlimited, basically, energy, if you want to. And also, there is a natural advantages. Permafrost, for example, being one, right? And the cooling system is, energy demand is just absolutely crazy, isn't it? When it comes to AI technologies, all these data centers and stuff, they are eating a lot of energy for a cooling system, first and foremost. And so I think there is a potential there, but to be good in AI, you need your chips. You need your own advanced chips. China realized that, and that's why when NVIDIA boss, according to legends, when recently Trump was in China, when he bring a lot of CEOs with him, allegedly NVIDIA boss told the Chinese side that, he has permission now from US leadership to sell to China, to deliver to China, not the toppest, not the best chip they have, but second best. And Chinese said, no, we don't need that. We don't want it. Allegedly. Chinese said, no, we are good, right? And they said that because they can produce that level of chips on their own now. Chinese chip manufacturers advanced on so much so that now they are almost neck and neck with their best chip manufacturers in the West, right? I think it's a matter of maybe another 5-7 years, and China will be on the same level or maybe even above, right? After all, at some point, chip design, modern chip design will reach its limits when you cannot make it smaller, you cannot make it more efficient, right? You will need new physics to further enhance computing, right? And I think leading companies are getting closer and closer to that point. Unfortunately, we are, as you rightfully noticed, we are nowhere near. We are significantly behind in this matter. We do produce our chips, Elbrus and whatever else is other one. It might be good chips, by the way, 20 years ago or 15 years ago, but not not really on the top of the game right now. And yet again, only way we can produce necessary technology, including tools like chips for AI purpose, for example, on a necessary scale, is to change the economical structure here in Russia. Because no private business gonna invest in a chip manufacturing, which is extremely expensive, right? And we're not gonna have a profits. Who gonna buy our chips, by the way? Only it will have only Russian market, right? Maybe okay, couple of markets here and there, and that's about it, right? This chip manufacturing will never go profitable. It will always have to receive money from the state. That's the dilemma there. China can go profitable potentially, right? China still don't still invests a lot in these chip manufacturing businesses, right? From different sides, but still invests a lot. And that's China with 1.5 billion population and the outreach of like 8 billion people. Of course, Russian chip manufacturers never gonna go profitable. Only state can finance that. And right now, giving the example of Rosnano, it makes even no sense to invest, to try, until we will get rid of corruption, isn't it? First, we have to get rid of corruption, corrupt officials, clean up the system, and then, while bringing proper people into positions, then try and move forward, right, with their necessary changes. If we start right now, it will probably take another 20 years to get in a place where we will feel comfortable. But I don't think we're going to start today. You know, thank you very much for your super chat. And there was another another recommendation from Christopher. Let me highlight this, dear friends. Thank you, Christopher, for your donation through PayPal. And another recommendation. Christopher is commenting, hello, everyone. Here is the video that you might want to watch or share. I've lived there in Russia almost 5 years. A live update. This channel can be seen on YouTube channel Wild Siberia. This channel has 93.2k subs. And dear friends, this actually can be very helpful for members of our community that maybe considers to either travel to Russia or to migrate to Russia. This is a channel of someone who I think I'm subscribed to Wild Siberia. So this is channel You're not gonna believe, dear friends. This time around, not just VPN did not work, but Wi-Fi itself stopped working for I don't know about 20 seconds or a minute. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. My apologies, dear friends, for these technical issues, sir. But every time I'm online, I have to swim through VPNs. There is no other option to stay connected. And so every now and then, there might be some technical issues. That is not really in my hands to deal with, because what I'm gonna do with the VPNs or the internet, nothing, isn't it? So thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience, dear friends. Today we like it's a third or fourth time, isn't it, that I was disconnected. So let's continue with the super chats. Um, I think super chat from Scooby. Thank you very much, Scooby, for your super chatter and to the donation. Scooby is commenting, it's just so stupid for Russia to finally break through their fortress area in Donbass only to stop, um, you know, I mean, let's be real, it's still a lot to be done, isn't it? Russian military is reached this last fortified, major fortified area of Kiev regime and its NATO backers, Kramatorsk, Slavyansk, Drushkovka, let's say, right? But this fortified area, even though in this week alone, several settlements were liberated by Russian forces, and clearly there is some. I got some. You know, feeling is not right word. I mean, this progress, right? Constant progress of the Russian forces definitely creates some sense that this fortified area may not be as capable as it was reported throughout the years, right? But yet again, Russian troops still are approaching these fortified areas. Battle for Drushkovka did not yet started. Battle for Slavyansk did not yet started. Battle for Kramatorsk did not yet started. In terms of these cities themselves, right? Russian troops are still some 5, 7, 8 kilometers away from each, actually, right? And so, if let's say, if for example, in a week from now or 2 weeks from now, if Washington says that, you know what, if Washington, Moscow, London, Brussels, if they have a talk, right, Paris and Berlin, and the Western elites say to Russian representatives, you know what, let's do this way. We will take out Kiev regime's forces from Donbass and we will freeze conflict there. God knows for how long, but right now we are de-escalating. On the line of contact, you will get Donbass fully, and that is that, right? And we freeze the conflict. Otherwise, this war will continue forever because we still have a lot of money in the West and a lot of weapons in the West, and there is still at least 1 million or 2 people in Ukraine that we can still forcefully mobilize, right? So we will drag this war for another 5 years. So now you decide. And in circumstances when Moscow is not willing to restore the deterrent with the collective West, because Moscow does not want to strike on NATO countries for whatever reason, then taking such offer makes sense. In that case alone, because you don't want to be engaged in a forever war, isn't it? And so that's what might happen. Right now, this does not look like very realistic, because Kiev regime and its Western backers, they are posing as if they are winning anything, while they are losing actually on the battlefield. But we all know that if Washington and London wants, it all it takes is one phone call, right, to Kiev, And Zelensky's next order to Kiev regime's forces will be get out of from Donbass. That's how easy it can be done for Washington and London, because we all know Zelensky is nobody, and nobody is anybody in this Nazi and fascist regime in Ukraine. London and Washington rule the show, 100%, isn't it? So that's where we are, and in circumstances when restoring deterrent, as it looks like, at least for now, is not an option for a Kremlin. In that case, if West offers freezing of the conflict while promising that Kiev regime will get out from Donbass, well, Moscow might find it like acceptable, and they can actually, and Kremlin can, even though freezing of the conflict will be unpopular, very unpopular, right? But Kremlin can sell liberation of all of Donbass, all of DPR, especially liberation of, let's say, if this is the scenario that they are working, liberation of Druzhkovka, Kramatorsk, and Slavyansk without bloodshed. This can be definitely presented to public as a great victory, or victory, right? Anyways, and there is a freezing of the conflict. People would not be happy about freezing because, after all, where is the demilitarization? Where is the denazification and everything else? But, after all, Kremlin has its own propaganda means. They will say, they will shut down critical voices with their single phrase. Do you want more people to die? That's how they're going to shut down everybody. Do you want more people to die? And how are you gonna respond on that? You see? So as I said, man, if Western ruling class will come up with something that Moscow can, something that is not necessarily freaking ultimatum, then and Moscow can accept, and Moscow will accept that. So, I mean, many things in this special military operation raises the questions. Many things in terms of relationships of Western Moscow raises the questions. We don't know so much, isn't it? We actually know very little, if anything, compared to overall volume of necessary information to have a actually good understanding of the stuff, isn't it? But we are trying, that's best we can do. We can at least try, right, to understand what the hell is going on, either in this part of the world or in the rest of the world, for that matter. And that's all we do, really. That's what unites us all. I guess people in alternative media, we just want to know what's up and what to expect tomorrow or day after. Thank you, Scooby, for sharing. And another super chat from Wayward. Unfortunately, Levan, I have to agree with you. Corruption needs to be treated as a capital punishment crime. Follow China's example in this area. They execute their corrupt officials, and they still struggle with the corruption. Can you imagine? So if you don't treat corruption as a crime punishable on highest level, then you will get what you have in Russia, in US. I mean, in US, okay, corruption is on a whole different level, but US is built like that. US is built like that. Corruption is like normal. It's totally normalized, right? So they have kind of immunity to it, right? But we don't. And corruption kills country, corruption kills society, corruption kills state institutions. It's so obvious, man. It's so obvious. I don't think why this topic should be even controversial, but for whatever reason, Moscow chose to treat corruption as a financial crime, just a financial crime, not something of capital punishment, but financial crime. It's a mishap, which is crazy, man. Which is crazy. And can you imagine some official somewhere steals billion and ends up in a prison for, let's say, 10 years for good behavior, let's say. His sentence will be halved. Then for something else, maybe he will serve even less. And in 3 years' time, that person might be free with a freaking billion in the pocket. So why would not that incentivize other officials to steal as much as they can and hide it, right? So that, if they caught her, investigators will find something, but not everything, and they will have a lot left, right, after they will come out of jail. And yet again, corruption is being treated here in Russia as some financial crime, not something that deserves capital punishment. And these corrupt officials, they are stealing, like Bizbozhna, by the way, right? They are stealing billions and billions and billions, man. It's insanity. When almost every deputy of a defense minister, former defense minister, is investigated for corruption, and I believe a couple of them already are in charge, right, and in jail, what are we talking about? If defense ministry is infiltrated with corruption this level, then what about other ministries, right? Other civilian institutions, other institutions that are civilian and therefore under the less control. If you actually think about it, it's terrifying. It's terrifying. Can you imagine how many assets Western ruling class, Western secret services have among these corrupt officials? That will sell everything and everybody, right? Because they already sold their souls. That's why they are corrupt. So there is nothing that they would not sell, including country, by the way, including people. So who knows how many those corrupt officials are working for Western secret services and are sabotaging Russia from within. 10, 100,000. So it's a corruption is a freaking deadly disease for any society and any country, 100%. Midish is commenting, Levan, if corruption is our highest level, their system finds scapegoats to give capital punishment. You are not understanding how human brain works. Yeah, maybe, but you know what? I think there is the ways how to punish for corruption so that no one or practically no one will dare to be engaged in the corruption, because that will question life choices of not just for corrupt individual, but everybody around him, including family members, right? I don't want to go into details, but you have to be, you have to do some horrible stuff, by the way, to get rid of. If you actually want to get rid of corruption, you have to do some horrible stuff. You have to punish not just corrupt official, but his family members, his relatives, everybody that he knows. And when you do that for a year, for a 2, for 10, trust me, if anyone ever hears anything about someone planning something, oh, they will be first to stop that person, even on a level of idea. Telling you, man, to fight corruption, to fight this corrupter element inside the human nature is going to be extremely difficult, but you can eradicate that in time, and with their extreme harshness, you can eradicate that corrupter seed from people that are sick with that, right? I don't think I am corrupt, for example. You cannot corrupt me with the. I don't give a damn about billion, trillion, sexillion. I just don't freaking care. I work for my bread. All I want is to provide my family, be useful to my family. I don't dream about having a car. I don't dream about having a freaking dress that costs not 700 rubles as this t-shirt, but like 10,000 rubles from some brand or something. I don't care. I don't care about material stuff. And for myself, I don't really need anything. I mean, just basic. Maybe I need some piece of bread and some to just survive, right? So there are different people. You can corrupt some, but you cannot corrupt others, right? Because there are people that don't really care about material shit, as I don't, right? I just don't care, man. Honestly, I don't care about material things. I work. I want to be as useful for my family as I can, right? And that is that. I don't dream about becoming a freaking billionaire. Never dreamed about it, right? Because I don't need billion. I literally don't. Correct. So there are certain group of people that are corrupt. They have this seed of corruption in them, right? And you have to eradicate that, and you will do it with their fear. With the fear, by the way, only fear will work, man, on those people that are that being poisoned with the corruption. And you can put fear in the mind of those people only with their capital punishment of not just corrupt individuals, but their family members and everybody around them. This is horrible stuff to do, man. I understand perfectly well. This is horrible, man, even to think about it. But if you have a task to eradicate corruption, then eventually you will come to some very horrible decisions for which you're going to end up in a freaking hell, man. 100%. There will be no mercy for you, right? But you will serve future generations big time. You will be hated. You will end up in a hell, but you will create conditions for future generations to survive. So you have to choose, and if you are in that situation. So I don't take as an argument that well, human nature is corrupt itself, so you cannot eradicate corruption. You can mostly eradicate corruption. There will be some psychopaths that will do some shit anyways, but most people will not. If they know that if they steal money from people, everybody that they love gonna be punished one way or another. You're not gonna exterminate them, obviously. Corrupt element will go in jail, and their family members will end up in a situation that would not be pleasant, let's say, right? And they will know that this happened because of their corrupt relative, and that will become an example for others, right? So there are ways, man. There are ways how to deal with it, but you know. Also, Nidish is commenting, Levant, dream and achievements, greed is human nature. If we are not, we will not be dominant species on this planet. We all are possessive by nature. Yet again, eradicator stimulus for corruption, and you will eliminate corruption. I think maybe humans are fraud. have many minuses, but I refuse to believe that all humans are corrupt, man. I just refuse to believe in that. I refuse to believe that corruption cannot be defeated. You know, I think it can be defeated. You eradicate, stimulus for corruption, and and that is that. So after all, maybe I have a, that's a funny things, funny thing, Nidish, funny observation. Maybe after all, despite all my skepticism, I am more optimistic about humanity than you are, Anidish, because I think human nature is not ultimately corrupt nature. I think we can do better, right? I believe in that, man. I don't want to believe that. Human nature in its essence is a corrupt one, and we are become dominant species because not because we are corrupt, but because we are brutal. Let's be real here. There are suggestions by scientists that those other species, by the way, Neanderthals, were actually more clever than Homo sapiens, right? Allegedly, they had a bigger brain or something. So potential, they had a bigger potential, if that is true, right? If they had a bigger brain and if they were more clever, but Homo sapiens, our species, were just more brutal, and we killed them all. I know many humans love to pretend that they are angels of some sort, right? And they don't want to harm single ant even, right, in this life. Or they are that kind of people. But in reality, what we really are is apex predator. Apex predator, man, that's our nature, right? And we survived only because we are extremely brutal. And we literally exterminated other species that were even clever than our species. That's why we are where we are right now. So, anyways, this is philosophical discussion, isn't it, Midisha? Ultimately, we don't know much. And right now, Anna dropped another recommendation. Let me highlight this, dear friends. And by the way, it's 4 hours, actually. It's 4 hours, isn't it? And let me highlight, dear friends, there was a super chats on Rumble and the premium subscription gift cards from Atomic Ray. So let me highlight this. And I think I can end live stream. I did not went through all the questions, dear friends, sir, but it's already 4 hours. So, Christopher, thank you very much for your another recommendation. Hello, everyone. Here is the video that you might want to watch or share. Massive explosion in Khmelnytsky cook-off munition depot. This video can be seen on YouTube channel called Military Tube Today. And well, dear friends, it was another example. This situation that Christopher is highlighting here. It was another munition depot hidden inside the settlement around civilians, right? And there was a different speculations. Some suggest that it was a Russian strike on munition depot, and it exploded there. It was a massive explosion, and for hours there was secondary detonations. But Kiev regime claims that one of their security guards in that depot was smoking cigarette and was not careful, and that's what caused the fire and then detonation of their munition depot. I think it was a Russian strike, and the video that you will see on Military Tube Today channel will demonstrate yet another instance when this munition depot was stationed inside the settlement around civilians, right? Which is a war crime, by the way. You can't do that. You cannot do this. But Kiev regime, it's Western backers, and they don't care. They don't care, isn't it? So thank you very much, Christopher, for sharing information about this update on Military Tube Today channel. Thank you. And let me highlight, dear friends, I already reacted on this. And let me highlight there was a premium subscription, a gift card, and also a commentary from Atomic Ray. Thank you very much, Atomic Ray, for your premium subscription gift card, which is a $5 donation, of course, and on Rumble. And there also super chat and the dollar donation. And there Atomic Ray is commenting: Ukraine territory claimed by Russia is a good-sized piece of land. Maybe Putin has what he already wants, and they're waiting for diplomacy while just give me a sec, dear friends. While sustaining slow war. Well, once again, let me read it, dear friends. Ukraine territory claimed by Russia is a good-sized piece of land. Maybe Putin has what he already wants and waiting for diplomacy while sustaining a slow war. Well, point is that I mean, this war was actually never about territories. As far as I can tell, this war was never about territory. Special military operation was, I believe, forced move on Russia because it was Russian president himself, isn't it, that at some point highlighted that if Ukraine would become a NATO base, basically, as an example, flight path for NATO missiles to reach major cities on Russian territory will be literally minutes, 2, 3, 5 minutes, and Russia will have no time. Russia will just have no time for retaliatory strike to respond, basically, right? Yes, there is this dead hand system in place, but will this dead hand system deter anybody or not is anybody's guess, right? So one of the reasons why Russia launched this special military operation was that presence of NATO bases this close to major Russian economical centers, major Russian political centers, was just too critical, right? This was a threat that Moscow cannot allow to exist. That was one reason. Another one, of course, to take care of people in the Donbass, by the way, that treated horribly by Ukrainian Nazis and the fascists. And I remind you that according to UN data, I believe, more than 10,000 people were killed and injured, about 14,000, something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Throughout from 2014 until special military operation was launched, and the lives of millions of people, hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people were destroyed. So something had to be done about it, and there was a pressure on Moscow to do something about it, right? I can continue and come up with some additional arguments why Moscow felt like they had no option but to go for this special military operation. And then, of course, as of Russian officials also make it official that demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine is also goal, because Russia cannot accept militarize Ukraine or Ukraine to be military threat for Russia. And of course, Russia cannot accept Ukraine to be led by Nazi elements, right? Literal Nazi elements. So I think it was never about territories. Actually, Russia is the biggest country in the world, atomic ray, and managing this massive country is already challenging enough. Why would anybody in Russia think about, you know what, we need some more territories? I mean, for what exactly? I mean, for what? Are we Switzerland or something? Why would you need a territory when you're barely able to manage what you have? Barely, right? Or some might argue that you are struggling to even manage what you have. Russia is huge, man, huge. So it was never about territory, and therefore, right now, I think, you know what, I think Putin probably didn't expect that Western ruling class will go this far. I think there is a point to think that maybe he didn't expect that Western ruling class will act this irrationally, this crazy, actually. But they did, right? And now we are in a situation when either there is only like few choices. Either we have to strike back on these NATO countries and restore the deterrent. And clearly, Putin don't wants to do this, right? Clearly, he don't want to ruin last possible foundations for bridges to be built sometime in the future. He might have his own calculus, whatever, right? We don't know what his mindset is or what his strategy is, but he don't want to go forceful on the Western ruling class, right? Okay, this is his call. He's the president of Russia. This is his call. So, okay, if you're not willing to restore the deterrent by force with the collective West, and there is only one option, only force that can restore the deterrent, then you have only two other options left, let's say. One is a forever war, because you're never going to be able to demilitarize Western world, right? And therefore, until there is literally anybody left in Ukraine that can be mobilized, there will be weapons for them, there will be money for them. So it's clearly forever war. Or another option, then to seek some sort of a political solution, freezing of the conflict, whatever, right? And maybe, of course, by doing so, you will transfer this weight on the next generations, right? It's going to be next generations that will have to deal with these situations anyways, because all frozen conflicts eventually are reactivated, and their wars only end when one side wins, by the way. That's how it is. Correct? And in the calculation of Putin, there might be also a point that, Western world is not really in the best shape, right? There is some internal tensions in Europe, or in America, in Canada, elsewhere. And maybe Putin will think, you know what, okay, I never wanted these temporary solutions, but I have only like bad options now, either temporary solution, freezing of the conflict, or forever war. because I don't want to go forceful on the West to restore the deterrent. So between these two, then for a war and the freezing of the conflict, I will choose freezing on the conflict, and you know, I will hope, and I will even do something maybe about this topic to create some different reality in the West through different means, right? So that maybe eventually after year 2, 3, 5, the West will back down from Ukraine, and maybe not me, but next president will go ahead and finish the job. Maybe that's what his calculations are, isn't it? And I mean, honestly, Western world not in the best shape, actually, right? There is a important elections that are coming up in next year or two in many countries, sir. You know, there is internal tensions in the West, societal tensions. So, you know, there is a probability that things will actually change. But either way, of course, atomic ray, it is difficult to truly understand what the strategy of the Putin is, because he is not a Trump. He is not talking much, right? He keeps his ideas to himself, right? His strategies and to few people out there, and that is it. So thank you very much for sharing Atomic Ray, and many thanks for your premium subscription gift card. And I see a question from Viper. Yes, I spotted it. Viper is commenting, how much donations, sir, did you get today? And let me check. There was a free super chats from you. No, free premium subscription gift cards from you, Viper, isn't it? That's a $15 donation minus something that Rumble will take. There was from Atomic Ray another premium subscription gift card. That's the 20 corrector from Christopher through recommendations that comes with the donations. There was I think at least $25, correct? At least. So that's let's say 45. Also, there was at least 5 super chats from Scooby, isn't it? So that's another $10 donation. Rumble will take 5 out of that 10, but nevertheless. And there was also Wayward's donations, at least 10. So that's we are at 60 approximately. Then there was a $20 donation from Patrick, correct? So that makes it up to 80 approximately, about 80. And I guess that's about it. So thank you very much, everybody. Many thanks to everybody who supported, who donated today, and who supports, I mean, throughout all this period, by the way. Thank you very much for keeping this project alive and me in this field of news and political commentary. And I hope I bring something interesting and original to the table, right? Hopefully that's the case, because otherwise, why would anybody support my work and my project, my channels, isn't it? So thank you all. Maybe one day my channels will not be in a shadow ban. We will reach wider audience. We will be able to reach wider audience. Our community will double in size, and eventually this project would not be in a survival mode constantly, and Maybe I will even have opportunity to have a proper studio or something like that. Who knows, man? You never know. But I love to be in this field, man. I grew up in journalism, so I love to do this job. It's like 4 hour and 17 minutes of the live stream. You can imagine how tiring it is. But that's, I mean, I'm happy, man, that I'm able to be in this field, right? So thank you all for this. Thank you. And dear friends, I'm quite sure I missed a lot of questions out there, but I didn't expect this stream to be this long. So if I may, I will end the program right now. Probably you can see on my face, by the way, I'm almost there, almost dead. Um, this is not a record. I think I had a live stream in the past, 4.5 hours even. But this is one of their longest streams uh, from me. That's for sure. So, dear friends, if I may, I will end the live stream for now. Thank you all for your time, for your attention. Massive thanks to those of you, dear friends, that stay all 14 hours and 18 minutes on a live stream. I appreciate, by the way, your support, your attention, and thank you all. Have a wonderful day and take care. See you tomorrow.